Silence. Anyway, hello everybody, to anybody that's out there. Oh, yes, in the past, random passerbys were like, "Oh, is this the game with the case of the clown girl?" Yes. Well, first come, first serve. This will be most likely the only time you can catch the clown girl. I mean, I'm not gonna act like people can just like look her up via Google search or, check up a playthrough or check out that one meme video. Well, whatever. I even put a little pinned message. Heck, I even told one of the self-promo channels, like, yes, this is the case of the clown girl. Y'all better show up. Don't you come complaining to me or crying to me like, oh, I missed it. Nope. Catch it on my YouTube. Anywho, aside from clown girl antics, this is a pretty good case, I think. I think it's a good case. I mean, straight up trials, easily one of the best parts about, you know, this game series. Again, the investigations are cool and all, but it's all about, you know, the trials. All right, let me take a look real quick. I want to make sure I covered most of my bases. Okay, yeah, I did. All right, let's start it up. Let's see. Let me scroll up. Yep, here we go. All right. Hang on, everybody. Let me all right. And here we go. All right. And here we go. Oh, before I start things up, actually, hold on. I'm gonna actually have a little fun. And by fun, I'm gonna change some costumes. All right, Phoenix is gonna go back to his default costume. Confirm the change. And we're gonna have a little fun with this case. Athena is going to be in this case, and since this case is going to, I guess, involve, well, it involves soba noodles. Well. Look who we have here. It's Achasm. Ah. No, Achasm, no. And surely you're here because of her, aren't you? I see right through you. But it's fine. I'm just messing around, so to speak. All right, at least you're honest. At least you're honest. And if there's one thing that I do appreciate, it's honesty. No, I know. You just want to show up. That's fine. It's fine. Totally understandable. Because, yeah, you're fine. But thanks for stopping by. At least you made my list. I have somebody to thank for showing up. I mean, I've had a few people show up, so it's all good. All right, you take care, Chasm. All right, and here I go. All right, I made sure Athena's wearing Trebian costume. We're good. I know, I did. I did. The only thing I didn't do is mention it on socials. Not that I care. I mentioned on socials that, hey, I'm streaming, but they should know. Or not. Doesn't matter. Anyway, here goes. All right, I go now. Starting this case. All right, episode 4, Turnabout Storyteller. I know. Uh-oh, the blackened.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
Oh no, the culprit did something. Ficio's dead. No, do you think he did it? Oh no, if he did, then what do we do? Hey, pull yourself together. Don't worry, I have an idea. Oh no. Yeah, the actual weirdos would show up, and I don't want to deal with those. But I will. I'll give them their last rites. Anywho, May 13th, 9:45 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 6. Oh, well. Simon Blackwell, a prosecutor who excels at psychological manipulation. As far as psychology goes, he's kind of like my senior, I guess. Taifu Tornado, a Rakugo storyteller of 55 years, who is famous for his soba-based routines. He has 2 disciples under him in his troupe, age 70. All right. What the heck? Who brings a defendant to his own trial late? Plus, the request was so last minute, I didn't even have a chance to talk to my client. He's late. He's late for a very important date. The White Rabbit, Alice in Wonderland. My name is Athena Sykes, armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how. I'm a fully competent defender of the Wright Anything Agency. Though I wish my client would show up already. The trial's about to start. It appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? The trial's about to start, Simon. Ah, yes. You needed to get so worked up, Athena. His baldness can wait. There's no way he'd wait for me. And besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Hello, Bimmy Lee. We're still roughly in the beginning of the case. So if he would just sit back, relax, she will show up. Until then, stay seated. Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not. Still but a rank amateur, I see. This is Simon Blackwell. He might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak. But he's kind of my senior, I guess. Is that any way to wave off that, the same you being the disciple of the same person? Your mother? It's like, come on now. Only people who would have played the previous game, would have picked up on that. Anywho, I had to call out that line there. But twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time. So, we're at Wright Dono and Justice Dono. Mr. Wright is abroad, and Apollo is helping Trucy for magic show. Oh no. Didn't I tell you? They're what? So neither of them are here? Leaving you to take this on alone? Yep. Ye gods. Call Wright Dono back. It's not too late. Oh no. Not too late at all. He will only need to know how to teleport. Tsk. Very well. Then I will settle for Justice Dono. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here. Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me, and go watch from the gallery. As your defense derails in spectacular fashion. No, as I win the heck out of this trial. I'll be okay, promise. So wipe that look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is? Yes, he's He's asleep again. Oi! Bucky, wake up! Yeah! Ow, what'd you do that for, Simey? Oh, great. This guy. Who's this yellow chickadee? She is your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however. Lawyer? She sure doesn't look it, does she? Is she like your fellow apprentice or something? Something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say he's bound to one another. Okay, well then. Guess I better call her Ms. Chickadee then. Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial. I know we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind. Do as you will. Just save it for after the trial. Ms. Chickadee. Don't call me that. How'd you do? Timmy here's an old friend of mine. I'm the 4th-generation head chef of Wet Soba. Wet noodle number 4. Bookie Wet. Nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wet. So he can pull himself together when he wants to. Grr, if only the trial wasn't started in a few minutes. Having been accused of a murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taken a toll on the poor boy. And you happened to be there at the theater where it all happened too, right? They said they found a Rakugo storyteller murdered in his dressing room. Indeed. The victim, Master Storyteller, Taifu Tornado, was a longtime patron of Wet Soba. Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky ever since Wet Noodle number 3 passed away. I see. So the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh? That stupid old fart like a father? No way. He was always dishing my soba. How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now pull yourself together. Number 3 must be rolling in his grave. But, Simey... The police, none of them believes me. They won't listen to... It looks like he's still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wet. Everything's going to be alright. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now. You mean you believe me, man? Of course, no matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Gee whiz, Ms. Chickadee. Now come on, I need you to shape up. Just like those al dente noodles of yours. Yes, ma'am. My soba is the freshest. Mr. Wet. Vicky, you great big pillock. So, how exactly do you know this guy? I used to frequent Wet Soba, and still do, in fact. So I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tornado were always so good to me. I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon. I would expect one such as you, who eats meat slapped between slabs of bread, to understand the delicate taste and the subtle textures imparted by buckwheat flour. Hey, that's just rude, but I digress. I'm all about flavor and subtlety and stuff. if I let Wet Soba end like this. Subtlety. I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life. Ah, I see. And that's why you came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust. It was never my intention to ask you. Grr. I'll show him. I'll show him I can handle it just fine. Well, I believe it's just about time. What? But we haven't even properly discussed the case yet. What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadee-ing out. I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle, that's all. Off gets! Let's do this! Come on, Mr. Wet. Get up off the floor. We got a case to win. Yeesh, Miss Chickadee. I'm gonna do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
I totally forgot about that voice clip. Yellow. 2 bowls of noodles. Sorry, sir. No can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? They they hang up. They hung up. Okay, let's do this. He's not going to do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere? Let me rest? Huh? Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba. No, you don't let soba, dough, rest. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles free. He's blacked out. Oh boy, I just knew something like this would happen. Simon, what are these 3 freshes of soba he was talking about? First, buckwheat seeds, or groats, are ground to make buckwheat flour. Then dough made with this flour is cut with a large rectangular knife into noodles. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten. Oh, so that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make me any soba right now, though that's for sure. Athena, this is no time for idle chatter. You need to get into the courtroom now. Just remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to land you at hand. So don't expect any help from my courter. There you go, treating me like an incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for your help anyway. Brr, just you wait, Simon. I'll show you. Mr. Wright and Apollo may not be here, but that's all right. I can do this on my own. May 13th, 9:50 a.m. District Court, courtroom, number 4. Ah, May 13th was yesterday. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet. Bucky Wet is more like buckwheat, but it's wet. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor. What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor Sunbody? That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby. How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country? Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called on me to handle this case. Besides, I have a debt to repay, and though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualms of sending her down to hell. Young person who's inexperienced, immature, lacks sophistication or judgment. Hello. Huh.
Objection!
If you have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I'm a qualified and capable attorney. Then what is that yellow attire, if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick? Now cease your shrill chirping. Now, Prosecutor Sunbody. She is still only a teenager. Please go easy on her. Great. Now even the judges give me the kid treatment. I also find it funny that she's not actually wearing yellow. That's more like an orange to me, considering the DLC outfit. Teehee, teehee. Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor? Yes, I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Sanbadi, please give your opening statement. I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12th, at a storyteller's theater called Kurukurute. The victim was a great master of the Tornado School of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name was Taifu Tornado. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway and has an inner and outer sliding door. Backstage diagram added to the court record. Diagram of the backstage area showing the location of the stage, the dressing room, and the yard. The estimated time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon. I will now submit the incident report to the court. Crime scene report added to the court record. The crime took place in the theater dressing room. Master Tornado was found with his face thrust into a large soba bowl. Taifu's autopsy report added to the court record. The time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation. Eesh. That's terrible. Crime scene report. The victim was making soba noodles from scratch in the dressing room. The room is covered in soba flour. There are two drink cans in the fridge. Time of death, May 12th, 2 p.m., 5 p.m. Cause of death, suffocation. Nothing was found in his lungs. All right. Prosecutor Samani, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit when you don't know how the victim was killed, or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and precise method are, as yet, unknown, the accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. I will explain this assertion in further detail as we continue. Ugh. I guess this means he has some kind of evidence to present. Now, would the accused care to plead his case? Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Sykes? Sorry, Your Honor. Well, I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary. Surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court. Great. Starting off on the wrong foot already. Mr. Wet is the head chef of a soba shop frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went to the theater at the victim's request. Taifu Tornado was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in these photographs. He was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. Hello, Chuck. Let me catch you up to speed. You're actually like just in time on what this case is all about. So, um, so Simon Blackwell's back, and he's with he met up with Athena because he wants to find out what happened. She hasn't appeared yet, Chuck. Anyway, um, so this is the defendant, Buckwheat. My client for this case, and the fourth head of Wet Soba. He's still got a lot to learn about noodle making. So, this dude is accused of killing Taifu Tornado. He's a 70-year-old Rakugo storyteller of 55 years. He's also famous for his soba-based routines. He has two disciples under him in his troupe. And this is how he was found dead. And he was making soba noodles from scratch in his dressing room. The room's covered in soba flour. There are two drink cans in the fridge. And according to his autopsy report, he apparently died from suffocation. Nothing was found in his lungs. Died between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. Nothing's wrong with the clown girl pun. It's because of that damn meme. That meme video. Not welcome, pun. Anywho, let's move along, shall we? Taifu Tornado was a connoisseur of soba. as you can see in these photographs. He was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. And if you want context, it's from Speedoru. Here's your context. I care not for, shenanigans of blatant fan service. I just don't understand how, it became such a powerful meme. I was like, that's it. Clowning around. Yeah, sure. The soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. Liking soba is one thing, but making it in the theater dressing room's a bit much. None. Master Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable. And yet, the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discovered the deed for the to the we discovered the deed to the accused's shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit Wet Soba when he lost his father recently. However, it's believed the victim sold the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. Wet Soba deed added to the court record, found in the victim's possession. It's the deed for the soba shop. The deed holder is Bucky Wet. Okay. Hmm. A murder over the deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive. So that's what this case is about. Yep. I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. I could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had. Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Well, you see, no, Chuck, because according to my stream title, I'm going all in. It's two parts of a trial, and this is fine. That answers your question. You're dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession, you putrid egg yolk. Eek! I'm sorry. Apollo's a red pepper, and now I'm an egg yolk. We've only just started, and I've already been demoted from spring chick. I am ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Let us listen to the words of one who was present when the crime was discovered. Someone who was there when the victim's body was found? Very well. Witness, please take the stand. Ah, yeah. Simon Blackquill was a witness to it. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Simon Blackquill, prosecutor. Prosecutor Blackquill, you didn't tell me you were going to take the stand. There simply wasn't time. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackquill. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. Damning scene? What in the world did Simon see? Prosecutor Sanmari, was it? Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm. By all means. This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle the case competently? Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case? Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic. For now, it is a prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on Rakugo last night and have grasped the overall idea of it. How much could you possibly grasp in a single night? Rakugo is the form of entertaining storytelling. The auto scroll. Good thing I can click on the history, because I'm not gonna. That is so annoying. Rakugo is the form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone on the stage with only a fan and a towel, as and the Rakugo artist tells long, whimsical stories, giving each character a distinct voice. This traditional art was originally invented by monks to make sermons more interesting. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story of Jugemu instead? Ah, it appears you have put in a bit of study. Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Prosecutor Blackwell. I can see why you're known for being quite thorough in your research, Prosecutor. Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind. If that is your honor's request. Jugemu. Jugemu. Your honor, can we please get back to the trial? Oh man, Athena's not having it. Oh right, of course. I nearly forgot. Seriously? Of all things for you to forget? Now then, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackquill, please tell this court what you witnessed. Ah, yeah. An honest to goodness testimony by what Simon saw. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body. Oof. Now, wait just a minute there, Prosecutor Blackwell. With testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wet of the crime. All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears. But a qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch with it, right? Well, yeah, duh. All right. I guess I better start by getting all the info out of him that I can. Yeah. Oh, man. Now, before I press every statement, I want to see the flavor text after you go through all of them right here. Simon has no reason to lie, but I also don't have much to go on. I better ask all the questions I can. Okay, that was simple. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackwell, what did you go to the theater for in the first place? I went because I had received an invitation from Master Tornado. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple, Uendo's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Uendo II. Um, so what exactly does it mean to succeed to a stage name? You really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, a name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. I see. So there was another Uendo, Rakugo artist before, and this disciple succeeded him, huh? And what exactly did your invitation say? It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Salutations. Oh, it appears Taifu Tornado was going to perform Toki Soba, or Time Soba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba, using only his fan as a prop. And Uendo was to perform Soba Say, or Soba Glutton, a soba-themed show, I see. It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself. Your baldness. The first to perform was the senior disciple, Geru, followed by Uendo, and lastly, Master Tornado. Invitation added to the court record. The invitation Simon received from Master Tornado to the show commemorating Uendo's name succession and promotion. Inside the envelope was a ticket to the show and a letter from the victim. The letter contained a simple greeting and a rundown of the show's program. Geru was to perform her balloon act. Then Uendo was to do his Soba Glutton routine. And finally, Master Tornado was to perform his Time Soba routine. Balloon act. I see. So that's why you happened to be at the Storyteller's Theater yesterday. So what happened after you arrived? I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello.
Hold it!
And how did Master Tornado appear when you said hello to him? I went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately, we didn't actually meet. You didn't see him? Why not? Gator escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. Balloon, balloon, I went. Balloon! Yeah, Karnov. You heard Rakugo being performed in the dressing room? Yes, not just me, but Geru as well. In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive at around 4 p.m. Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado. I could tell because it was the time solo routine being performed in there. So that means the victim was killed sometime after that. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out for a while later.
Hold it!
Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wet appeared at the time. Geiru and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Tornado to finish practicing when Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things. What happened after that? We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room, looking rather irate. This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes. I better come up with some kind of counter argument and fast. Yeah, according to Athena, Apollo is currently with Trucy performing a magic act, and Phoenix is still back in Kurion. According to Athena, in the beginning, she mentioned. She told Simon that. I better come up with some kind of counter argument and fast. So yeah, Athena is doing this all by herself, solo. She's proving that, she is worthy of holding down the fort with Apollo for the Wright Anything Agency. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room soon after.
Hold it!
I mean... Hey, it was, she had to. Somebody's gotta do it. In a sense. What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in? No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time. But Gator was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all. I see. And why do you suppose Uendo went to the dressing room anyway? He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master respect right before and after each performance. And all disciples are expected to do this? Yes, it's common courtesy among Rakugo artists. I see. Could you tell us what happened after Uendo went into the dressing room? Certainly. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body.
Hold it!
And how did Uendo act at the time? After Uendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room, and Uendo came flying out. Did you hear any signs of a struggle at that time? No, just Uendo's woeful scream. I see. Uh, Well done, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. And now, please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Blackwell and Geiru were in the hallway waiting for Master Tornado, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room, and about 10 minutes later, he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Uendo Tornado went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Uendo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackwell and Geru then ran into the room and saw the body for themselves. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. This is crucial testimony indeed. Simon's statement added to the court record. Simon's eyewitness account of the time of the incident. Master Tornado was confirmed alive at 4 p.m. Bucky Wet entered the room at 4:10 p.m. and left at 4:20 p.m. Uendo discovered the victim's body upon entering the room after Bucky left. Defense. An eyewitness has given conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not on your life. If Wendell went into the dressing room too and was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Uendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise. Oh, Simon, why do you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackwell, can't you give me something a little better to work with here? Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I am certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So if you truly are as capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself. This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackwell. Just admit you don't remember it all that well. Prosecutor Blackwell, watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Begone, witness. You shall haunt this sacred hall no more. How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? I'll remember this, you blackguard. Prosecutors are fighting. Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackwell. I got this. Would I have my way, he would not be the only one here to step down. You half-boiled putrid egg yolk. Ew, I object to the notion that I'm a gooey, smelly mess. Wording. Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony was like the lowly opening act of a Rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. And who is this witness? Get ready, chat. The person who was with Prosecutor Blackwell when the body was discovered. She is another entertainer of the Tornado School, Miss Geru Tornado. Please state your name and occupation, witness. Hello, everyone. I'm here to represent the Tornado School for Twisty Twist Twist. Clown. I thought I was done with clowns. Damn it. I mean, she's okay. But... Anywho, moving on. And balloon! have it. A stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love. Gayru Tornado! Just call me Gayru, sweetie. One, two, balloon! That animation. Anywho, moving on.
What a way to capture your audience's attention.
Yeah, Judge.
I dare say, I can't take my eyes off those balloons.
Judge. I hope you're referring to the balloons that she, you know, is working with. Please tell me you're talking about the hat, Your Honor. I hope so too, Athena. I'm with you. Oh, Mr. Judgy, I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club? Pretty please?
Oh, absolutely.
Please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. Context, Judge, I know. Anyway, Gayru, I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Of course I'm sad, but Shisho would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness. Smile, smile, smile. With a twisty twist, twist. And balloon! There you have it. What gorgeous cake. Oh, a balloon cake. I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. Her balloon art's worse than a Rorschach chest. All I saw was a severed monster head. Oh, ink blot tests. So that's what they're actually called. That's cool. Beirut, you're obviously a balloon artist. So how did you come to be a member of a Rakugo school? Well, my father, my late father that is, was a Rakugo artist, you see. So I joined the Tornado School to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shisho, our master, but that Bucky wet. Ooh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible.
Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss.
And not only that, but you have more to say about Mr. Wet. Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? This is a great scent.
How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset.
Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Gayru's balloons bias your judgment. Balloons. Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember? It'll be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last. Defense. Now then, Geiru, please share the truth with this court.
Yes, Geru. Your testimony, please.
Before the murder was discovered. From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 p.m., when Shisho's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before Uendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugemu was barking like mad. Jugemu? Prosecutor Blackwell, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony? Yes, pun.
No. Make up your bloody mind, sad monk Sunbaddy. First you exorcise me. Now this.
Ha 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 ha! Mr. Sad Monk.
Hmm.
You need only do as you are instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul. Sad monk.
Hold it!
Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Sanmati, and I just might have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So what are you asking Prosecutor Blackwell for? I'm the one you should be checking with. There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Kurainism. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackwell.
He doesn't even see you as an adversary. Sykes Dono.
That's sad. Well, I won't let either one of you insult me. I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness.
I hope you can make Prosecutor Sunmati see you as a worthy adversary, Miss Sykes. I'll allow your cross-examination, so you better strike while the iron is hot.
Jeez. Oh boy. We get to cross-examine the clown girl now. Okay. From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 p.m., when Shisho's body was found.
Hold it!
So the murder must have happened sometime in those 20 minutes, correct? But 20 minutes isn't a lot of time, is it? I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say? That's what happened, you know? Isn't that right, Simon?
Yes, Gator and I can both confirm that Master Tornado still lived at around 4 p.m.
Oh yeah, you can, can't you? See? Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room.
Hold it!
The fact that the two of you were there in front of the dressing room means you were able to see everyone who went in and out, right? Of course. Or are you insinuating?
That I was daydreaming or sleeping while standing up or something? No, of course not. I saw everything, I tell you. Fine. So you say anyway, but did you really? Before Uendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky.
Hold it!
Only the defendant and Uendo entered around the time of the murder? That's right. That's why it must have been Bucky who killed poor Shisho. Let's take a deep breath, okay, Geru? So not a single other person set foot into the dressing room during that time? I already told you over and over, didn't I? There was nobody else. I must apologize on the lawyer's behalf. Even her memory is that of a spring chick's. Please overlook her transgression as best as you can. Oh, I see. Poor thing. Hang in there, sweetie. Hey, who are you calling a bird brain, buddy? Okay, so around the time of the murder, Garu and Simon were hanging out just outside the dressing room. Guess I'm gonna have to find a flaw in there somehow if I want to get anywhere. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugemu was barking like mad.
Hold it!
Jugemu? That's my doggy. I keep him at the theater. Let's see. With a twisty twist twist. And balloon! There you have it. My cute little Jugemu. Oh. On her arm. How cute. Balloon dog. He's kind of creepy looking. Oh, but he's a really, really good boy. That is a scary looking balloon dog. And why was Jugemu barking? Do you think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we'd have a new suspect in this case. Now, why was he barking again? Oh, I remember. Because it was time for me to feed him. So I went into his yard and gave him some food. Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? Nope. The door out into the yard was wide open. I would have seen if somebody went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackwell, come down to the stand for a sec, please. How many times must I do this? You saw what Gabriel was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention it before? I can't be expected to remember every minute in detail. Well, remember them now, please. Did Gabriel go out into the yard? Oh. Look, everybody. She looks kind of nice without the clown makeup. Or at least what the clown knows. Blackwell looks so cool there, too. Oh, look, there's little Jugemaru. Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Jugemu. And I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well. Do you recall anything else? It looked as though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings, or something. Jugemu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in a corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember. Simon's statement has been updated in the court record. Simon's eyewitness account of the time of the incident includes additional info. Before Bucky came to the theater, Geiru was outside feeding her dog a number of dumplings. The dog buried his leftovers in the yard. It looks like Geiru was telling the truth. Your Honor, I'd like Geiru's last statement added to her testimony. As you wish, defense. I was in the yard, but the door was wide open, so I could keep watch on the dressing room.
Hold it!
You know what this means, right, Geiru? You weren't in the hallway the entire time, after all, were you? Well, okay, so I did go out into the yard, but it was just for a second. And the yard door was wide open, so I could still see the dressing room the whole time. The door was open, so she could still see the dressing room? Prosecutor Blackwell, I need you to stand again, please. What am I, your lady in waiting? Do you remember anything about the time Geiru was in the yard? Simply that Jugemu buried the food he couldn't finish in the corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember. Thank you. I didn't really need to hear about the dog again, though. When I finished feeding Jugemu, I returned to the hallway. And then I saw Bucky go into the dressing room. No question about it. Yes, she's indeed holding that balloon. Okay, so around the time of the murder, Gabriel and Simon were hanging out just outside the dressing room. Guess we're gonna have to find a flaw in there somehow if I want to get anywhere. And the flaw is right here. I was in the yard, but the door is wide open, so I could keep watch on the dressing room. We will present the backstage diagram.
Objection!
So, were you able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard? Is that correct? To keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard. That's right. The door out into the yard was wide open. I don't consider that kind of balloon lewd. It's, it's whatever. Ban. That's right. The door out into the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There is a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness testimony. Oh? I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Sykes. Please point out what contradicts the witness's testimony. It would be the door connecting the hallway and the yard. Right there, I believe. That's what's contradicting Gabriel's testimony.
Take that!
Gabriel was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackwell even saw her there. And while she was out there, the door to the yard had been left open. Ah, I see. Yes, if the door to the yard was wide open, as Gayru said, it would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way! But even if there were admittedly a few moments Geru was not keeping watch, how much would that really affect this case? It would greatly affect the case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackwell stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Pop. There's your pop, Chuck. Beirut, why are you trying to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What? I
Objection!
hide the fact. You speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. Rather than deliberate deception, it was more likely as it was more likely a simple oversight. Right, witness? Well, I was so shocked by what happened. I was just confused. That's all. Even though she was trying to keep up a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is that she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected. Yes, it must be very difficult indeed. To a disciple, one's master is akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed. But I wasn't. That wasn't what I was trying to do. Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is scarring this witness even further. And if we ask the people of this courtroom, I am sure they would agree. What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this. Are you afraid to find out what they think ill of you, or that perhaps you are in the wrong? Listen to them now with that keen sense of hearing you are so proud of. He's right. That was harsh. She didn't have to go that far. I feel kind of sorry for the witness. Why is the lawyer's outfit so yellow? No, I was just trying to find the truth. Why is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Sanmani? The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong. That lawyer's still in training, isn't she? Why is she all by herself? I hear the voices of the gallery. I can hear the voices of their hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here, fighting by myself. Are you afraid, child? It is ludicrous to come to trial with such paltry preparation of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once. Who the hell do you think you are? But I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door, the defendant can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackwell and Gayru's testimonies. Humph. Even now, you would continue to resist? You are childish in defeat as well, I see. I'm not out for the count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. A little push, such as with this piece of conclusive evidence. Uh-oh. Conclusive evidence, huh? That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. Look at these Japanese playing cards, known as karuta, lined up on the table. These special English version karuta cards spell out a message. That message. Wet number 4. Oh no, and that Bucky is currently number 4. Wet number 4? You mean wet noodle number 4? Yes, wet noodle number 4, as the fourth chef of wet soba, is also known. This message points to none other than the accused, Bucky Wet. No! That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do? Crime scene report updated in the court record. Contains photos of the crime scene. The victim's dying message is clearly visible to them. Would you still carry on your fetal fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence? You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want, but we won't know until we... It is cruel to give the accused false hope. You will only compound his suffering. Wise people of the courtroom, do you not agree? He's right. It's cruel to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence. What an incompetent noob. I feel bad for the victim and the defendant. What? Well, I'm trying to prove Mr. Wet's innocence here. I know you can hear them, defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused's soul. It is time for you to let it go and move on, you inexperienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. Punk. Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own? What good is she doing anybody? She should just quit right now. Grr. Now, defense. Leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence.
Yes! Silence! He's trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man. Simon! Co-counsel Simon Blackquill and your fop doodles in the gallery. Can't a man watch a trial in peace? This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around. Does that prosecutor really think she can turn things around? The mood in this courtroom is starting to change. Simon to the rescue. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you doing at the defense's bench? I grew bored of watching from the gallery. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to this spring chick and lose my favorite soba shop in the process, I will be quite cross. He's also mainly doing this because he doesn't want to lose the one place where he can eat good soba noodles. He has priorities. You voluntarily stand on the side of impurity and sin? Truly, what a fool you are. Shut up. To think, you were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. Whatever happened to qualified and capable Athena? I just let my guard down a little bit, but it won't happen again. Then gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle. I'm not girding up anything in this skirt, but I am ready to get serious. It seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. Try. Just try. I was in prison for a long time. And hell sounds no worse than cell, to be honest. But the fires of hell will not be the end of your suffering. For the sin you have just committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. That's kind of cute. Blackwell as a panda. A white and black reverse panda, that is. And you should be put in a zoo to be exposed to public ridicule. Hey! A threat like that won't work on Prosecutor Blackwell. After all, he's already used to looking like a panda in this life. What are you calling a panda? I wonder if anybody drew that. Sorry. I see that you're both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Gayru, thank you for your service. You may step down now. Okie dokie! Bye-bye, balloon! Off with ye. Somewhere Edgeworth is face palming. It's like, no, my prosecutors, they are so out of line. Oh, and Edgeworth did pick Nayuta for this case. Does everything have to be about balloons of her? Sadly, Athena, yes. Now then. I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuto cards. And who is the witness this time? The first to discover the body, and someone who witnessed the crime scene firsthand. Mr. Uendo Tornado. The time has come for that ponytailed pair over there to finally let it all go and move on. Very well. Let's bring in this witness then. Oh boy. This guy. Witness! Please state your name and occupation. I am the Rakugo Storyteller, Uendo Tornado. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless and get arrested. After all, that'd be a raccoon no. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Hey, get back.
Hold it!
You can't leave yet. You've only just introduced yourself. Oh my! Are you a fan of mine, miss? Would you like my autograph? One moment. Oh, wow. Ow. What do you think you're doing? No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan. After all. Fan for a fan! Nice one! Oh! Why, if it isn't Simon! How are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a dilly of a pickle we found ourselves in. What do you say? I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Wendo. Never performed in a place like this, you know? I got butterflies here, can't you see? Why do I always get the weird ones? Oh, Athena. I mean... Hey, Phoenix and Apollo got weird ones. And I hope there will be more weird ones in the future if they ever do make another Ace Attorney. Which I'm still clinging on to. Capcom promised. Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to the case at hand. I suppose you're right. In that case... I was promoted to Futatsume yesterday and received the stage name of a window. The show was our way of celebrating my new name and middle rank standing. And then that happened. I never dreamed something like that happened. Not in a million years. And just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shisho, too. Yeah, plus, I'm worried about Geiru. The way she clung to Shisho, poor thing. I told her to keep a stiff upper lip. Aw. Got Simon, and Geiru, and Wendo, and there's Taifu. Stiff like rigor mortis. You're telling those lame jokes and Shisho will come scold you from the grave. I wouldn't mind getting yelled at, you know, if it meant seeing him again. Wendo, please, as charming as your various characters are, this isn't a Rakugo stage. Oh god. Hang on. Futatsume, meaning the second, or second one. Oh, okay. That's what it is. Oh, that's right. Uendo the second. They did mention that a while ago. This was a tricky case to translate, you know, to make it work for the English localization. Uendo, please, as charming as your various characters are, this isn't a Rakugo stage. Let us hear your testimony now, witness. Tell the court about the evidence left at the scene, the proof of the accused's guilt. Oh boy, this guy. He's an entertaining one, in my little opinion. Shisho's dying message. I noticed Shisho's dying message right away. The stiff cards were right there, next to the stiff, you see. Hey now, enough of the silly puns already. Anyway, I got the meeting right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. That was the master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth. Chuck, be a little more patient. She'll return. I promise. No, no, she comes back later. You know, more testimony. We have a case to solve, but we gotta get all the information. That was the master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth. It's so like Shisho not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple, wasn't his style. Well, that was certainly a more entertaining testimony than usual. You were entertained by Clown Girl? The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid. But he shouldn't be performing any characters in the first place, Your Honor. Innuendo. The murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. So, how can you say that the victim was drowned in soba broth? Yeah, how? It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. It's only natural to assume he was drowned in the broth for the noodles. Except we're not here to assume things. Uendo. So please stick to just the facts. My! It's so like a soba chef to kill someone this way. What did you say? And with the Karuta message he left behind, it's clear Bucky Wet did it. Setting aside the issue of the murder weapon for now, that dying message certainly does seem to be irrefutable evidence. Indeed, it proves the absolute guilt of the accused. Even I gotta admit that I can't see how that message could mean anything else. Bucky used soba for the deed, all to get back the soba shop deed. This testimony makes Mr. Wet look super guilty. I have to do something. Humph. That's his conclusive evidence. What a farce. What do you mean, Simon? What's this? I thought you said you were planning on asking me for help. I did and I won't, thank you very much. Simon must have found an inconsistency in the testimony. I better listen carefully and try to see what he found. All right, Shisho's dying message. I noticed Shisho's dying message right away.
Hold it!
Uendo, when you saw the cards on the table, what made you think they were Master Tornado's dying message? Well, it was a coded message right there, next to the body. I'm sure anybody would have thought that they were there to name his killer. I love murder mysteries and often watch them on TV. Oh, I see. I saw a similar scene during a murder mystery marathon last Tuesday. That's what made me think this must be a dying message. The stiff cards are right there next to the stiff, you see.
Hold it!
The cards were on the table. Your master's body was slumped over, right? You must have been surprisingly calm to notice them at the time. As I said, the stiff cards were right there, next to the stiff, so they were hard to miss. But wouldn't it have been more natural to notice the victim rather than the cards? The messages caught my eye because the stiff cards were right there next to the stiff. Yes, but that fact hardly seems significant enough to make a person take note of them. Stiff cards next to the stiff. So basically, there was no real reason for them to catch your eye, was there? Huh. Hey now, enough of the silly puns already. Hee hee.
Hold it!
That's right. I need you to give your testimony, not perform a scene. Please remember you're on the witness stand, not the stage. But look at all these wonderful people in the audience. It's only natural for an entertainer to want them to have some fun. I guess we can let a few jokes slide, right? Ah, the inevitable bleeding of your work into other areas of your life. I know how that is. I find myself being unwittingly judgmental in my personal life, too. Right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Well done, Your Honor. Guess you can't judge a judge by his cover. Ho ho ho. I advise the defense not to be so critical of the witness. Yes, Your Honor. Much obliged. Anyway, I got the meeting right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky.
Hold it!
The cards do spell out wet number 4, which could be interpreted as wet noodle number 4, I guess. I suppose he took this to mean Bucky wet? There's only one wet noodle around here, and you've seen that giant 4 on his back. It's the only interpretation that makes sense. Yeah, I guess so. But wait a minute. What is it? What if there's another wet noodle in the area? What? Did I say something strange? Bucky is the sole heir to the shop. So enough of the ludicrous straw grasping. Hey, how am I supposed to know? Just listen to the testimony again and find the glaring inconsistency. That was the master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth.
Hold it!
So the victim lined up those cards in his final moments. How can you be so certain that's how it went down? I know Shisho. He would never let someone get the last word on him, even in death. With his face in the soba broth and his consciousness fading away, he left a message that pointed toward Bucky as he left this world. It's the only way it could have happened. Wait. The only way? Now you're just speculating. Look, a dying message is something you leave as you're dying, right? I saw a scene like that in a detective show. Uendo. We have a saying in my country. Silence is more precious than diamonds. Please do not speak any more than is necessary. But talking is my livelihood, you know? I talk all the time. This and that, truths and untruths. I can't stop myself from talking. Hopefully he'll stick to the truths, without any of those untruths. It's so like Shishio not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style.
Hold it!
But don't you think it's strange? Could a dying person really leave such a convoluted message? Even in the throes of death, it was in Shishio's nature to throw in a twist somehow. Truly the consummate entertainer till the very end, don't you think? Was he really that great of a man, Simon? It would have been no easy task, to be sure. But who knows? He wasn't an entertainer for 55 years for nothing. That's a long time for performing. If I ever bite the big one like that, I want to leave a message as good as she shows. Well, let's hope it never comes down to that. Let's hope it never comes to that. Simon, are all Rakugo artists like this? It's hard to say. It could simply be the eccentricity of an entertainer, or perhaps he's hiding something. Well, he doesn't have to entertain people in a court of law. And if he is trying to hide something, maybe it'll show up as a contradiction or something. Sharp, violent pangs, spasms, or convulsions. Oof. Throws. Alright. So, on this statement right here, that was the master's final message, left that he was drowning in soba broth. He wasn't drowning in soba broth because, whatchamacallit, he was, according to the autopsy report, he apparently suffocated. Suffocate and drowning are two different things. Hello there, Karate Boomer.
Oh.
So, boom, right here.
Objection!
That was a contradiction. There's a contradiction in Uendo's testimony. And would you care to explain where, Miss Sykes? Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual is found in the victim's lungs. Ah, yes, it does say that, doesn't it? If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, then there shouldn't have been soba broth in his lungs. But since there wasn't any, it means the victim was suffocated with something other than soba broth. What? This is the contradiction you noticed, isn't it, Simon? Not bad. Not bad at all. I guess I showed you. But if drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then when was the victim's face thrust into that bowl? Typhoon Tornado's face was thrust into the bowl after his murder. Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs. His head must have been placed into the bowl after he was killed. And that's when the soba broth must have been spilled onto the Karuta cards. In other words, The victim could not have lined the cards up as he was drowning. I see. So it was done after he was already dead. But why would the culprit do such a thing? I'm afraid I don't know yet.
Objection!
You boast of a psychological expertise, yet you cannot determine such a simple motive. My sides are liable to split at the absurdity. What? And I suppose you know why? Of course. Desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of enmity on the part of the perpetrator. Yes, that does make sense. It certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings toward the victim. Feelings of resentment over the death of the soba shop's deed, no doubt. Just great. Now the judge has an even more unfavorable impression of Bucky.
Silence!
Silence. Must you come undone at every juncture? Ah, AVG and Atari Jaguar review. Oh, where did you learn to fly? I remember that one. Must you come undone at every juncture? If the culprit had time enough to set up Master Tornado's body, do you think they would have honestly failed to notice the dying message? Good point. The cards were right in front of his body, after all. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that, huh?
Objection!
Ah, but was the accused rational at the time, given the way he stormed out of that room?
Silence!
Silence. Never mind that. I have something more important to ask Uendo. You saw the Karuta cards firsthand, did you not? Would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos show us precious little of what I wish to know. Well, those cards are from Shisho's special Soba scenes of Tokyo Pass set. Each card is related in some way to Soba. Spare me the history lesson. Just tell me how the cards looked at the scene, and no more. Well, there was Soba broth spilled all over them. Hmm, that's not much help, I'm afraid. Prosecutor Sanmari, do you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly? I do. Please accept this meager offering, Your Honor. Oh my, what delightful looking cards. Well, well. Tearing Prosecutor Sandmonk's conclusive evidence apart should be a breeze with this. Prosecutor Sandmonk. I love it. Huh? Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Don't be silly. Of course I have. Not noticed anything. But I can't exactly say that now, can I? Karuta cards added to the court record. Karuta cards in the victim's dressing room. They spell out wet number 4. Ah, there's the W, H, E, T, N, O, 4. Wavy, hound, equipment, traditional, nostalgic, ouch, and the number 4. Hmm. Okay. Miss Sykes, do you really see a problem with the prosecution's claim about these cards? Well, go on then. All right, it's do or die. All I have to do is study the picture, and these cards were rearranged. These cards were rearranged. But how can you tell? Please take a good look at these cards, Your Honor. The answer is right in front of us. Where exactly should we be looking, Miss Sykes? The soba broth stains. Please focus your attention on the soba broth stains on these cards. The outline of these stains don't match up with the larger stain on the table. Oh, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And please recall that the soba broth was spilled and got in the cards after the murder, when the victim's face was placed in the bowl. Yes, go on. By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, this message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client. What? That if we put the cards back in their original positions, we can restore the evidence and see who the cards were really pointing toward. That's true. Poor pun. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do this. All I have to do is rearrange the cards so that the stains match up. Let's see. Where was this W card originally? It was originally where should each card go? W was originally right here, I believe. Oh, place card. Perfect. Okay, the H card is next. Let's see. Where was this H card originally? Uh-oh. Humph, the stains don't match up if you place that card there. How can you not see that? Are those ridiculous bangs obscuring your vision? Hey, you don't have to be so rude about it. Whatever, I'll try again. Oh, I think it was right here. Oh. Good thing I don't fail or get penalized for this. Yes. Now the E card. Let's see. Where was this E card originally? Yeah, it was right here, I think. A perfect match. Next up is the I card. I mean, excuse me. A perfect match. Next up is the T card. The T card. I see. Let's see. Where was this T card originally? Great. That fits right in there. Now the N card. Let's see. Where was this N card originally? There. That looks good. Now, O. Let's see. Where was this O card originally? Over here. Nice. Almost done now. The last card is 4. Right here. Let's see. Where was this 4 card originally?
Take that!
Owen 4th? Owen the 4th? So the message, wet number 4, was originally supposed to say Owen 4th. Owen. And this original message is our clue to the identity of the true culprit. What? That indigent look on Prosecutor Sandmark's face is positively priceless. Oh, Black Will is the best. This is absurd. So it was originally Owen 4th? It wasn't wet number 4? Maybe the lawyer's smarter than we thought. Order! Order in the court! Well, I never would have imagined that there was more to these cards than meets the eye. Karuta cards updated in the court record. Karuta cards in the victim's dressing room. They originally spelled out Owen 4th, as shown. Owen 4th. So now that that's settled, what does this Owen 4th mean? Wait, am I? Who else do you suppose is to provide an explanation? Of course it's you! But I hadn't thought that far yet. Change the cards around all you'd like. But if you cannot explain what the message means, then it is as worthless as you are. Defense. No! And so the spring chick that fancies itself a graceful swan is brought back down to earth. I have to do something, but what? Still your thoughts for a second. There's a perfectly good witness to question over there. Oh, right. That's a good idea. Come on, Athena. Get a hold of yourself. Uendo, does the phrase Owen the 4th mean anything to you? Owen 4th. No, there's no one named Owen in the Tornado family, or our circle of friends. Go ahead, ask anybody you'd like. You can't be serious. Having rummaged through your empty mind, I see you have, as expected, turned up nothing.
Silence.
I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this Owen 4th is either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Wet. That in itself proves that the defendant isn't the real culprit. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. Besides, the important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather who rearranged the cards. Tss, why didn't you point that out earlier if he already knew? Sorry. In any case, there were two opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. The first was when Mr. Wet entered the dressing room, and the second was when Uendo discovered the body. Are you accusing me of rearranging the cards? Me, who came to testify out of the goodness of my heart? Well, you didn't exactly come running out screaming straight away, did you? Even a mere 2 to 3 minutes is more than enough time to get up to some devilry. So what exactly were you doing in there, Uendo? Put down the tea and spit out your answer. Mr. Prosecutor! What's a guy supposed to do at a time like this? Silence is more precious than diamonds, witness. Therefore, you need only stay silent. The defense is devious. They are waiting for you to make a slip of the tongue. Oh, I see. So that's what they're after, is it? In that case, Your Honor, I decided not to say another word. Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by law. Well, Prosecutor Blackwell, any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share? Did you hear that, Sykes Dono? A Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Are you trying to taunt him into talking? Such a petty trick will never work. That's right. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there is an audience to listen? Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer. The more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. That's simple human nature. Isn't that right, people of the gallery? That that psychological manipulation's working. Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk? If so, then perhaps you chose the wrong line of work, my friend. Blackville, I want you to stick it to Nayuta. What is the reason for trying to kill Mr. Wright in this country and jumping to conclusions? I mean, are you saying I should quit? Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind. I'll have you know. Oh no! Never mind what I just said! It is scary to talk. It's absolutely terrifying! But no, as a Rakugo artist, I must talk. If I don't, how could I ever show my face on stage again? Your Honor, I'm ready to testify. He did it. He managed to convince Uendo of his power of suggestion technique. Bully for you, Uendo. That's as a real Rakugo artist should be. Oh yeah. All right. If the witness wishes to testify, then by all means, please do. To be turned by such an obvious ploy. What a man of weak spirit. Yeah, Edgeworth only wants the truth, win or lose. Prosecutor. Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. In the dressing room. One moment, everybody. Had to get up to close my door. I shouldn't have to do that. Anyway. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. Oh. From what I can tell, there do not appear to be any inconsistencies in the testimony. Of course there aren't any, because I'm not trying to hide anything. Prosecutor Sadmati's right. I don't see anything inconsistent either. But I did pick up on some faint discord in Uendo's heart. Ponder all you would like, defense. But it is pointless. Your Honor, I believe there is no need for further deliberation.
Hold it!
I disagree, Your Honor. I detected discord in the voice of the witness's heart. There's a clear indication that Uendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil. Are you saying what I think you're saying, Miss Sykes? Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to conduct a quick therapy session on this witness.
Objection.
Uendo, there is no need for you to submit to this so-called therapy. It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on. Impetuous fool. Why will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant of the Holy Mother? Shush. If the witness wishes to proceed, I see no problem, prosecutor. In one ear and out the other. It seems this performer has no need for your so-called guidance, prosecutor sad monk. Prosecutor sad monk. He is a freaking sad monk. A sad sap. Just know this, Wendo. Your folly will surely earn you divine retribution. Divine retribution. Sorry. Thanks, Simon. I'm going to make the most of this opportunity you created for me. Just keep your wits about you. I will. Uendo, could you tell us again about what happened in the dressing room? Ah, yeah. It's Moon Matrix again. And the last one in the series, too, for the time being, until we get a new game. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from the outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. I didn't really notice any unexpected emotions in that testimony. But it isn't isn't always a question of the presence of an emotional response, but the absence. You know, you're right. It's not always the emotions I do see. Sometimes it's a matter of what I don't, but would expect to see. I better carefully compare Uendo's statements to his emotions again. So, on the fourth statement, we shall pinpoint surprise. One would be surprised at first. Being sad is a little off there. I mean, sadness would come afterwards.
Got it!
Uendo, I'm noticing something strange with these emotions. Some thin stranger with cheesy toe skin, you say? No, something strange with these emotions. How could you have heard some thin stranger with cheesy toe skin? I don't know. Maybe it's me who's got some cheese in my ears. Did he will the floor to open up and swallow his cushions out of shame for that bad joke? Yes. The point I'm trying to make is that I noticed something unexpected in your emotions. Now stop hiding and come out where we can see you. Bailiff, please bring the witness a few replacement cushions. So what was this unexpected thing you noticed? Oh, come on. His Honor said a few cushions, not a few dozen. Now that we've all had a good laugh, please continue, Miss Sykes. Who's laughing? Focus, Athena. Don't let yourself get rattled. When you entered the room and saw your master slumped motionless over the table, you weren't the least bit shocked, Uendo. Don't you think that's a little odd? Is it, though? The lack of surprise means you were prepared for what you saw. And I think I know why. The reason Uendo wasn't shaken when he saw his master's dead body is because he knew about his master's death. Uendo, I think maybe the reason you weren't shaken was because you already knew you would find your master dead. What? What kind of a thing is that to say? You got it all wrong. Oh, right. I just remembered something. I thought Shisha was just sleeping when I first saw him. You thought he was sleeping? It sounds plausible, but what made you think he was asleep? Well, he had his head and arms up on the table, as if he were taking a nap. Oh, one more thing. There was that note, too. A note? What note? Ah, he must be talking about this. Resting, do not disturb. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting, do not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisho was napping? Hmm, that is a pretty reasonable assumption. You've got to be kidding me. Taifu's note added to the court record. A note thought to have been written by the victim before his death. Taifu's note. Okay, that's right. I saw this note, so that's why I thought Shisho was asleep. I want to change my testimony to include that statement. All right, I'll run an update. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. Info update. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. But something seemed off, so I rushed over to him. I was shocked to find him dead. I couldn't believe my eyes. There is one emotion that seems out of place given Uendo's actions and statements. I wonder why he felt that particular emotion then. If you've noticed something, then hurry up and point it out already. I know, I'm just trying to be thorough, that's all. Humph. It looked to me like you were just being timid. I was not. You just watched me pinpoint the heck out of his emotions. So, on the fifth statement, right here. But something seemed off, so I rushed over to him. Anger.
Got it!
Wendell, I noticed something funny in your emotions again. Funny, you say? I guess an entertainer of my caliber can make people laugh, even with my emotions. I didn't mean that kind of funny. Quite the opposite, actually. When you entered the dressing room, I see that you suddenly felt anger. What I want to know is, what made you feel angry all of a sudden? What? Let's see. Oh yeah, now I remember. Now I remember. As I was going in, I whacked my little piggy on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness. Hee hee. Wait, you mean you stubbed your pinky toe? Just a little bump on my little piggy. No big deal. It's embarrassing, really. Sounds more like he's hiding something. I better dig a bit deeper. No need to be embarrassed, Wendell, but I'm afraid it's something we do need to look into. I don't really see anything you could have stubbed your toe on. In the area around the dressing room door, in this picture. But maybe there was something there at the time. Wendell, what exactly did you stub your toe on?
Objection.
What an irrelevant question. You dishonored the soul of the victim with these unnecessary delays. You tell her, really, who doesn't stub their toe every once in a while? You really gotta fuss over every small detail like this? Well, the thing is, Even the most subtle of fluctuations in a person's psyche can clue us in to the truth. That's why it's important to get to the bottom of this question. Plus, if I back down now, who knows what new insult Simon will hurl my way? Is there really no trace left of what Uendo stubbed his toe on by the door? What in the world might have been there then, but is not there now? That would be the TV on the ground.
Take that!
Please take a good look at this photo of the crime scene. Do you see it? This long track that goes from the door all the way across the room. Now that you mention it, I do see traces of something getting dragged. And the drag mark ends there at the TV. This implies that the TV was originally by the door. I'm convinced that this TV is the object the witness stubbed his toe on. Well, Wendo, how about it? Yes, you're right. It was a TV. There. The noise level dropped again. Yes, I stubbed my pinky toe on the TV. Ow. But what of it? Why is this so important to you? So the noise went down, but it hasn't completely disappeared yet. Which means he's still hiding something. Okay, then let's try this tactic instead. Uendo, why was the TV moved there? T-Show must have moved it so he could watch my routine. But what a place to put it, right in the middle of the doorway like that. I didn't want to bump into it again, so I put it back where it belonged. Performances on stage can be viewed in the dressing room using that TV? That's right! It's a closed-circuit monitor that shows the stage. Crime scene report updated. Contains photos of the crime scene. The victim's dying message clearly visible in them. Includes additional info. Alright. The TV can be used to monitor the stage from the dressing room. I see. Now what? I can't find anything else out of place. And I still haven't gotten the noise level down to 0 yet. Simon, I'm still getting noise here, but I don't see anything else fishy. This is precisely why amateurs are such a bother. Sorry. I'm in no mood to play nursemaid here. But if that's what it takes to save the soba shop. Oi, Uendo. Here's a curiosity for you. This table Master Tornado is slumped over. Looks like it was moved. Did you happen to bump into it while you were moving the TV back? Oh my! Yes, you're right! The TV hit the table, and Shisho's body moved with a jolt. That's when I first realized that Shisho was dead. Oh, but how scared I was. I see, thank you. We're finally getting a more precise picture of how the body was discovered. But I'd wager you need to put the spurs to Uendo just a trifle longer. Right, I can't keep asking Simon to bail me out like this. It's time for me to regain my footing and really stand on my own. Uendo, what you said just now about discovering your master's death. Could you please describe all that again for the court in detail? All right, but before you do, let me just plug in the latest information. Info updated. I tried to enter the dressing room but stubbed my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back in its normal spot, I realized that Shisho was dead. Seeing him slumped over that cluttered table, oh, Shisho. I'm not really seeing any emotions I consider out of place. How about you, Simon? How many times are you going to come running to me? No, but I was just looking for a second opinion. Well, take another good look at the flow of emotions. Don't just look for simple inconsistencies. Look at the intensity of his emotions, too. I see. Thanks, Simon. Oh, hold on, everybody. Oh, alright. I'll move it along. Just checking up on something. Alright. So, on the seventh statement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Surprise.
Got it!
That's odd. After the initial shock of finding the victim dead, you reacted with surprise again. What was it that surprised you, Uendo, besides your master's death? What do you mean? What do you mean? What's more, you were even more surprised the second time than the first. What could have surprised you more than finding your late master? Search me. Your little dinghy must have made a mistake.
Silence!
The girl is as sharp as a trout, to be sure. But her ability to hear people's emotions is absolute. Now get to remembering, Uendo. What was it that surprised you? That was a compliment, right? Yes. Well, Oh no. The noise level's back to 100%. No, we've pushed him too hard, and now he's mentally all over the place. His emotions are completely out of control. Out of control. Care to explain how that's relevant? You know how normally I listen for the hidden emotions in a witness's voice, right? From there, I look for inconsistencies between their testimony and those emotions. But sometimes a person's feelings can run too high, making it hard to get proper readings. So that's how your matrix program works. Fascinating. Ordinarily, it's just one emotion that runs out of control. But it seems there's nothing ordinary about this time. Mm, I. Oh no. After my performance, I went to visit the Shishio, called him from the outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. I tried to enter the dressing room, but stubbed my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back in its normal spot, I realized that seeing him slumped over that cluttered table. Oh, Shisho. I knew it. What's got your knickers all in a bunch? Uendo has multiple emotions running out of control at the same time. I've never seen anything like this, ever. So how does one bring a situation like this back under control? I'll have to find the root cause of this tangled mess before I can treat him. If I can identify what is causing this emotional rampage, then I can probe to dive in further. I'll need to point to what I think is the root cause and hit probe again. Through this process, I can identify exactly what's causing Uendo so much distress. And that will help bring his emotions back under control. In that case, let's get started, shall we? Alright, I can't guarantee success, but it's definitely worth a shot. Time to look for the root cause of Uendo's rampaging emotions. It's time to probe on the last statement. The Karuta cards.
Got it!
I get it now. The cards were the root of it all. I, don't try to deny it. You can't hide your feelings from me. The dying message that was left at the scene of the crime is what was causing your distress. And if the dying message was the cause of all those feelings, then that means the phrase, Owen Forth must mean something to you. Nyeh! There we go. Bye-bye. There. Noise level 0. Finally. The dying message consists of 2 words, Owen and Forth. But neither of these 2 words have anything to do with this witness. This topic warrants no further argument. Sure, there may not seem to be any direct connection between Uendo and the message. For now. But why don't you wait and decide what's necessary after you hear my theory? I trust you've hit upon something, Athena. Yup, if my theory is right, we can finally solve the case of Uendo and the mysterious Owen Forth. Well, go on then. I can already tell this promises to be interesting. Now, please share your theory with the court, Miss Sykes. There was something puzzling to me about Wendo's out of control emotions just now. Namely, that there were three distinct reactions present. I had never seen that before, and I wonder how it could be possible. Is there a conclusion to this meandering musing of yours? Why, hello there, Toko the Mage. The guild has invaded my stream. Got any snacks? Yes, I do actually. I have some cheese balls. And I also have a couple of some bottles of water to stay hydrated. But hi, welcome. Hi, I am GOG Zero, and I like to play video games. Wow, who doesn't? I mean, Twitch.tv, like, yeah, it's largely games, but there's also peeps that like to just chat, play, do a VR chat, art, among many things. But yeah, here, let me give you a shout out. I thank you very much for the raid. Got you. But yeah, hi. It's very nice to have you here. But yeah, let me tell you a little bit more about myself. I'll keep it brief. So yeah, I'm GOG Zero. You can just call me GOG if you want, or GOG. Never Zero. Um, I play all kinds of games. I play whatever's classified as retro, whatever's on my Steam account, and whatever's on my Nintendo Switch. I've also beaten about 600 games on my own stream. Majora's Mask was my latest game beaten. I 100%ed that sucker. Yeah, you gotta tell me, you gotta tell us, what were you up to on Twitch? Oh, nice emotes you got there. Protogen? That's cool. Ah, you were playing Twilight Princess. Let me guess. Were you playing Dusk? As in the PC version of it? Like Twilight Princess? Because I know that was a thing that recently came out not too long ago. Or if you're playing, you know, the GameCube version or the Wii version, or by other means. Oh, the randomizer. Okay, cool. Alright, that's fine. Ah, so you... That's cool. Randomizers are kind of fun. I like to watch them. That's cool. Is there a conclusion to this meandering music of yours? Hold your horses. I'm getting there. So, could a person flip between three distinct emotions of such intensity, like a switch? In the end, I concluded that it just wasn't possible. So, that's it, is it? A bit unconventional, but I'll grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Within the realm of psychology? You're still pretty new to doing randomizers? You've only done Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker? Okay. Yeah, those are popular to do as well. Those particular games. Within the realm of psychology? I'm afraid you'll have to explain it for the old man up here on the bench. Your Honor, my theory is that Uendo Has multiple personalities, even though as a Rakugo performer, um, you know, it's not called multiple personalities. The correct term is called alters, as in alter ego. But again, this was a tricky whatchamacallit. This was a tricky case to localize. Your Honor, my theory is that Uendo has multiple personalities. With so many distinct personas, it's clear to me that Uendo has dissociative identity disorder. Ooh, yeah. What does that mean? Your Honor, the defense would treat this trial as a child's jest. Multiple personality disorder, a preposterous proposition indeed. Would you not agree, witness? How did she know? How did she figure it out? Holkunga. I can't believe it. I did it. I did it, Simon. I've read papers on it before, but to think I'd see a case of it for myself. Blimey. Rakugo artists tell stories as different characters, but as different personalities? Hey, you, lawyer girl. You got a problem with us? Huh? No, no problem at all. This is all very hard to believe, but now that we've established that the witness has multiple personalities, could each of them please introduce themselves to this court? Uendo Tornado. I'm a Rakugo storyteller, as you know. Hello, everybody. Patches, the friendly jester here. Hmm. Kisegawa, courtesan. Is that all of you? Ah, that's what it is. Courtesan, a mistress of high status, wealthy, royal clientele, functioning as a companion rather than just a street prostitute. Okay, interesting. Hooray for learning new words. And is that all of you? Yes, that's all of us. So there are three personalities in total. Uendo, Patches, and Kisegawa. Huh. Well, Simon, what do you think now? Humph. That's your one lucky duck. Just be glad they were dense enough to help you out. Ah, can't you just straight up say I did great for a change? No. You appear to be quite proud of yourself, Defense. But all you have done is infringe upon the privacy of the witness. I couldn't disagree more, prosecutor. Now that we know there are three personalities, a new way for us to interpret the meaning of a certain piece of evidence has arisen. A new interpretation. Oh, now I'm very curious. What is this piece of evidence you're talking about, Miss Sykes? Knowing what we know about Uendo and his personalities, this now makes perfect sense. The Karuta cards.
Take that!
The Karuta cards? That's right, Your Honor. Recall the original dying message left at the scene. We didn't have a clue as to what Owen Forth could have possibly meant. But now, with this new information about Uendo and his personalities, isn't it possible that Owen Forth actually means a secret fourth personality of Wendo's? A personality named Owen? What? Porkunka! Wendell must have kept his dissociative identity disorder from us because he didn't want to be associated in any way with that dying message. No, that's not why. We kept our disorder a secret for a different reason altogether. We've been taking advantage of our affliction to act out various Rakugo characters. If word of this got out, well, our reputation as a Rakugo artist will be tarnished, as with the Tornado name. That's why we kept it a secret from everyone, except members of the Tornado School. But really, there is no fourth personality. It's just the three of us in here. A plausible enough sounding story. But it doesn't prove you didn't rearrange the cards, does it? But I will concede that it is highly likely that the witness rearranged the cards. Is Prosecutor Samari actually agreeing with us? However, it is not also possible. However, it is not also possible that the accused killed Master Tornado. And then left that message in order to frame the witness. And upon noticing the cards, when he found the victim's body, Uendo rearranged them.
Silence!
A fantastic tale, but a tale nonetheless. No one outside of Tornado's school knew about Uendo's multiple personalities. Uendo just finished saying so himself. Ah, that is true, but ultimately meaningless point. The witness was only in the dressing room for 2 to 3 minutes. That's far too little time to commit murder, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Then who's to say he couldn't have done it before his discovery?
Objection!
Ah, that spring chick memory of yours. Have you already forgotten Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony? Simon's testimony? Oh. Geru escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. That's right. Until just a few moments before Uendo entered the dressing room. Typhoon Tornado was confirmed to still be alive. Ah! No! Not only that, but Uendo was on stage until just before he discovered the body. Yeah, she said no in French. A bulletproof alibi that I have already confirmed with several audience members. Oh no! I also heard that his Rakugo performance that day was a steaming pile of, well, you get the picture. Oh my god. Yes, I'm afraid so. Really stuck up the stage, I did. And yet, I have a perfect alibi. Indeed. Why not land the coup de grace on the defense by describing your alibi, witness? Okie dokie, Smokey! Oh man. Uendo's alibi. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show. Oh. Uendo was on stage before he found the body, so he could not have committed this crime. It is time to get it. It is time to let it all go. Defense. And move on. Well, get this, prosecutor somebody. The Wright Agency never gives up. We fight to the bitter end. Feh. Allow me to say this once more. Let it go and move on. And allow me to say once more, I'm never giving up. Let it go and never. This is pointless. I agree. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity while you could. You foolish child. Your worthless convictions only serve to prolong the accused's suffering. If words will not sway you, then perhaps pain will. Oh no. Ah! Oh no! Anything but this!
サトライマオマどもさましで足し抜けたれ合戦をそろか
Oh my god. What's the big idea, Prosecutor Samadi? That was but a small dose of punishment for your misguided convictions. Are you now a bit more inclined to give up, as instructed? As if. In that case, you must require another dose. That's enough of you. Not bloody likely. Thank you, Simon. Jeez. Yeah, get wind slashed with his Ijatsu. Iojatsu. I don't give two flips about your beliefs. But if Sykes don't know where to submit to you here, I won't be able to eat good soba anymore. That's right. For Mr. Wet's future and the prosecutor Blackwell's stomach, I will never give up. You will rue those words, defense. Of that I can assure you. Cross-examination. Uendo's alibi. Let's see. Alright. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room.
Hold it!
How can we be sure it was you who was on that stage? Are you asking whether it could have been some imposter? I guess so. Unlike a big arena, a Rakugo theater is a cozy little place. It will be hard to fool an audience in such an intimate setting, don't you think? Yeah, I guess you're right. Good. I'm glad we could clear that up, because I guess you could say the entire audience is my witness.
Hold it!
Was there anything special about the stage or your performance that you could tell? For example, were the lights dimmer than usual? Were there any problems or accidents? Not a thing. Everything was the same as always. Mr. Prosecutor, you questioned the audience, didn't you? Yes, of course. Apparently, nothing seemed amiss to them except, well, one small thing. One small thing? What's so embarrassing? I tried my best, really I did. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show.
Hold it!
Excuse me for asking, but do you bomb like that on a regular basis? Well, aren't you a regular rude daisy? Do you really think a Rakugo artist who regularly bombs would get promoted? In fact, I'm known as the Tornado School's World Window of Laughter. I'll have you know. Is that really true, Simon? That nickname is a bit of a travesty, if you ask me. Well, his Rakugo is solid and well received, yes. I see. But yeah, World Window of Laughter is a big ol' stink bomb of a name, isn't it? Woof, what a relief. I thought it was just me. I mean, World Window of Laughter is great. Funny stuff. Hee I'm glad you like it. With the audience as his witness, Uendo has a pretty unshakable alibi, doesn't he? You're not giving up, are you? Where's that never say die spirit you displayed earlier? Of course not giving up, Simon. I just know Uendo has something to do with this case. But how do you connect him to the crime when he has an alibi as strong as that? I don't know just yet. But I'm gonna press his testimony and keep an eye out for contradictions. Alright. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea what went wrong? I'm not sure if it was my performance, or if it was just that particular audience. Or maybe it was the story I picked. But every entertainer knows that this kind of thing happens from time to time. I guess that makes sense. Still, I wonder how he could have flopped at his own commemorative show. Maybe I should dig into things a bit more. What Uendo performed. Could you tell me which Rakugo story you performed? I could. But I'm not sure if it would mean anything to be... I'm not sure if it would mean anything to the initiated. Well, even if I might not get it, can't you at least try me? Alright, if you insist. The story I performed is called Toki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Time Soba, huh? Maybe Uendo's right. He's only said the name of the routine, and I'm already lost. Ah, so you performed Time Soba, did you? What? You know a prosecutor, somebody? In the course of my studies last night, I became familiar with a number of stories. I must say, defense, you could do well to prepare better for your next trial. Nyeh. Simon, what's Time Soba about? Humph, look it up yourself. Allow me to give an overview. The story takes place on a winter's night. A man orders a bowl of soba at a street stall. How ya doing, sir? What can I get for ya? I see you got seaweed topped hanamaki soba. Hang on. Auto scrolling stuff. Oh boy. I can't keep up like that. Yes. Hold on. Ah. How you doing, sir? What can I get for ya? I see you've got seaweed topped hanamaki soba and mixed topping, shippoku soba. I'll have a bowl of shippoku, my good man. It sure is cold tonight, isn't it? But there's nothing like a hot bowl of noodles and soup to warm the soul. Ya know it, sir. One shippoku coming right up. So how's business? Not so great, sir. Is that so? Well, that's great because things can only get better from here, right? Wow, prosecutor. The customer talks on and on like this. Finally, when he is done eating, he goes to pay for his soba. So how much do I owe you? That'll be 16 mon, sir. Oh no. This auto scroll, so bad. The customer talks on and on like this. Finally, when he is done eating, he goes to pay for his soba. So how much do I owe you? That'll be 16 mon, sir. I see, sorry, but I only have small change on me. I'll count the coins into your palm. So could you hold out your hand for me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, what time is it? It's 9, sir. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Thanks and bye. Ha 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 ha! Very well done, prosecutor somebody. That was excellent. Huh? I don't get it. What was so funny about that? Don't you see? The customer paid with coins, counting them out one by one. Then just after counting 8, he asked about the time. And the soba vendor answered with 9. Oh, now I get it. He made the vendor say 9, and then he continued counting from 10. Exactly. He cheated the soba vendor out of 1 mon with his smooth talking. The story continues with another man who saw the whole thing and tries to do the same. But he bungles the trick and ends up paying more than 16 mon for his soba. The story ends on that as the punchline. You can look up the rest of the details yourself. Oh, I'm sure Prosecutor Sadmonk over there would love to perform it for you after court. So, basically, it's a story about a man cheating on his soba bill. That's kind of petty, isn't it? Humph, is that really all you have to say about this classic story? Time soba is such a well-known staple of Rakugo.
Objection!
Time soba is such a well-known staple of Rakugo that the skill of the artist is critical in. Fine, you studied a lot. But we haven't the time for a lecture detour right now. Prosecutor Sadmonk. Prosecutor Sadmonk. Oh, I wanted to hear a little more, but I suppose it is off topic. Getting back to the matter at hand, Miss Sykes, the witness, stated that the story I performed is called Toki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Would you like to add this statement to this testimony? Should I have that statement added to this testimony? Of course. Because otherwise, I would feel sorry for anybody that was stuck on this piece of testimony and they would choose to leave it out and then they had to oh no, we better press that statement again, and they would have to click on all of that nonsense all over again from Prosecutor Sadmonk. Although he is quite cultured. Have it added. Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to have it added. Very well. The story I performed is called Toki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba.
Hold it!
The story where a man cheats on his soba bill, right? Why do you think it didn't go over well? Well, I suppose I was a little nervous. It's a lot of pressure when you're the star of such an important show, you know? You? Nervous? I thought you'd be all calm and collected. But I guess even you can get stage fright, huh? I wanted so badly to live up to the great name of Uendo that I inherited that I guess I overperformed a little this time. Wait, Uendo was the stage name of a former member of the Tornado School, right? That's right. The name belonged to one of Shisho's former disciples, who died of illness at a young age. With the weight of a new name like that to carry on your shoulders, I could see why you were feeling the heat, just like me. I'm carrying the weight of my entire agency on my shoulders right now. In that case, can I count on your sympathy and have you go a little easier on me? With the audience as his witness, the window has a pretty unshakable alibi, doesn't he? You're not giving up on you. Alright. We said that. We saw that text before. So, on the new statement here. The story I perform is called Toki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Invitation. Inside the envelope was a ticket to the show and a letter from the victim. The letter contained a simple greeting and a rundown of the show's program. Geiru was to perform her balloon act. Then Uendo was to do his soba glutton routine. And finally, Master Tornado was to perform his time soba routine. Yeah, The invitation. Yeah, this is the contradiction right here.
Objection!
Uendo, is there something odd about the routine you performed? Odd? No, I don't think there's anything odd about it. But that's exactly what I find odd. The fact that you don't think it's odd.
Objection!
We are discussing the witness's alibi at the moment defense. The show's program is completely irrelevant.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Senmati. The reason being, it contradicts the statement the witness just made. Uendo, do you know what this is? No, what is it? This is an invitation to the show, sent from Master Tornado to Prosecutor Blackwell. Included in the invitation is a rundown of the show's program, which clearly states that Time Soba was to be performed by Master Tornado himself. Fool. No. Uendo, why did you perform the routine your master was scheduled to do? Well, you see, the reason for that is... How do I say this? You see, let's say it was a prank. That's right. It was just a little joke, you see. I was trying to surprise Shisho by performing his routine before he did. I don't know if I buy that. Was doing the victim's routine really just for laughs? Or... Hey, didn't Simon happen to hear Time Soba coming from the dressing room during Uendo's performance on stage? It seems like too much of a coincidence. Wait, can it be? What's the matter? You look like a hen with a dozen eggs to lay. Stop comparing me to birds. Then cease this bird-brained timidity. If something has occurred to you, then lay it out for us already. Don't breed resentment in those watching your performance. Okay. I don't have a ton of confidence in this theory, but here goes. It looks like Windows alibi checks out, Your Honor, but even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate a crucial detail about this case. Deliberately making something unclear, confusing, or harder to understand. Obfuscate. Obfuscate. Alright. Are you referring to the Soba bill the man tried to skimp on in the witness's story? I'm not talking about the Rakugo story, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry, but then what are you talking about, Miss Sykes? What Uendo may have been trying to deceive us about was the time of the victim's death. Uendo tried to deceive us about the time of the victim's death. What?
Objection!
What gibberish? Prosecutor Blackwell even testified to the time of the victim's death. I know, but he only testified that way because he and Geiru have been completely taken in. You mean by the Soma building? Would you please forget about the story for a second, Your Honor? I was deceived. Pray tell, how did Uendo manage to deceive two people while he's performing on stage? That's easy. All he had to do was use a certain prop in the dressing room. Oh, and what might that be? The prop Uendo used was... What prop did Uendo use? The TV.
Take that!
This TV was used to view what was happening on the stage. Prosecutor Blackwell, when he came to the dressing room, what was Uendo doing? He was performing time soma. Blast! Could it be? Yes, it could. And it was. What you and Gabriel heard was not Master Tornado practicing his routine. It was Uendo's performance, as heard through this TV monitor speakers. What? With the TV just inside the inner door of the dressing room, it could easily be heard from the hallway outside. And because we knew that Master Tornado was scheduled to perform time soma, we were easily manipulated into thinking he was still alive at the time rehearsing. Yes, your knowledge of the day's program is why the two of you could be fooled this way. Simon, did the voice you hear belong to Master Tornado? Humph. With the doors in the way, I couldn't tell exactly who the voice belonged to. But because I heard time soma, I just assumed it was Master Tornado. I can't believe I was taken in by such a simple mind game.
Objection!
All of that is mere conjecture. Where is your proof defense?
Objection!
Uendo moved the TV back when he discovered the body. After all, he couldn't very well leave it by the door, because then someone might figure out the trick he's been playing. Nah. And there's one more thing about Uendo's actions that's suspicious. And that is the fact that he flopped so badly on such an important occasion. Hello there, Icrius. Hi, I'm going through Phoenix Wright, Spirit of Justice, the 6th game in the mainline series. I am on case 4. This is my second time revisiting this game. Hope you've been well. You're welcome. What's so suspicious about that? Even pros slip up once in a while, you know. While you're doing some quick AI research, alright. Well, I believe that this time it was intentional. Because Uendo knew it'd be strange to hear laughter coming from the dressing room. Oh my. Yipes! It's all just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. Plus, if the voice prosecutor Blackwell and Gabriel heard was due to Uendo's scheming, then the victim's time of death could have been earlier than 4 p.m. In other words, Uendo could have killed Master Tornado himself. Oh no. We've got you by the stones now, Uendo. So you better confess everything. Mm, well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? We demand an explanation. Uendo! Mm, I confess. I tampered with the crime scene. Oh no. That's a no-no, dude. Is it the defense's claim that Uendo Tornado is the true murderer in this case? If he tampered with the crime scene, then we have to at least consider him a suspect. Hold it. Now, wait just 1 minute. Yes, I admit to messing with the dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisho. Then why did you tamper with the crime scene? I I refuse to answer that question. What? If you suspect this witness, then I have a question for you. What could it be this time? Uendo had absolutely no reason to murder Typhoon Tornado. After all, why would Uendo kill the man who recognized his skills and promoted him? Oh, well, his motive was, I can't think of a single thing. It appears you are also you are not aware of one other fact, and that is that the accused visited the dressing room before 4 p.m. as well. Is it not natural then to suppose that the accused killed the victim at that time? What? Nobody told me Mr. Wet had also gone there before 4 p.m. We were only discussing the time frame after 4 p.m., so I didn't think to mention it. But now that you have made the time period before 4 p.m. relevant, uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. So you really do not know what your client was doing during that time frame, do you? Well, it was all very sudden, and why did you wait until the very last second to contact me, Simon? Don't you give me that look. And just so you know, Bucky never told me he had visited the Master before 4 p.m. either. This sort of thing is exactly why that prosecutor keeps calling us unprepared. The defense will stop squabbling this instant. Sorry, Your Honor. Prosecutor Sanmani, please continue. Thank you, Your Honor. Defense. You know of the Soba making implements in the dressing room, correct? Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles? You speak of the large bowl that is used to mix buckwheat flour and water. The long rotary pin and the special knife that is used to cut the dough into noodles. Precisely, these tools all came from the accused soba shop. You mean they didn't belong to Master Tornado? Mr. Wet had visited the dressing room to give the victim a soba making lesson, and that visit was before 4 p.m. I'm afraid that after the accused kneaded the dough and made those noodles, he committed the act of murder. But wait, that doesn't add up. If Mr. Wet killed the victim before 4 p.m., why would he return to that room at a later time? Hold it. Hold it. Oh no. This guy. Chilled soba, $6.80. Wet soba, your kit and caboodle when it comes to noodles. Oh my. Hi, I'm Ms. Chickadee. Hey, Simey. The reason I went back is cause Mr. Tornado ordered uncooked noodles. Well, Mr. Wet. Yesterday, I brought noodle making tours to the dressing room at around 10 p.m. Dash when Mr. Tornado ordered uncooked soba noodles to stock up on. Uncooked noodles to stock up on? Yes, ma'am. Master Tornado kept a supply of soba noodles from my shop in his fridge. He only had one serving left, so I went back to my shop to get some more. One serving of noodles in the fridge? But I thought the fridge was practically empty. Hmm. Anyway, the whereabouts of the missing noodles isn't all that important now. You ran into me and Geru when you came back to deliver the uncooked soba, correct? That's right, Simey. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles. And you know what? He ignored me when I called to him from the inner doorway. He just kept mumbling Rakugo lines for ages. So I got mad and went back to my soba shop. Oh. So that was probably why. So that's why he got mad. We found out why he got mad. If what he's saying is true, then there's no way he could be the murderer. I swear I'm telling the truth, Ms. Chica. Bailiff, quick! Get this man to the infirmary. Well, I dare say, he's quite the handful. Your Honor, please accept the statements Mr. Wet made just now into evidence.
Objection!
I believe the accused's statement about going to the room at around 2 p.m. is true, for it falls within the victim's estimated time of death. That opens up the possibility that the crime was committed between 2 and 4 p.m. That's some critical information. Yes, Your Honor. But other than that one point, Mr. Wet's statements are dubious and without proof.
Objection!
But they are the words of the defendant himself. Simon, back me up here. Humph. He has a point. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept them either. While I understand the defense's feelings on the matter, this court is unable to accept anything other than the time the defendant made his visit. Now, what do I do? I trust you have no further objections, defense. At last, the time has come to send the soul of the victim onward to the Twilight Realm.
Silence!
What are you yammering on about, Prosecutor Sandbunk? We still have something we need to question Wendo about. We do? Like what? Well, don't just stand there. But we don't have any evidence left to present. Have you forgotten already? Isn't there still a hidden witness you have yet to question? A hidden witness? Oh, that's right. Your Honor, there's still one more issue we haven't finished discussing yet. Oh? And what is this bit of unfinished business? We haven't finished discussing this issue related to Uendo. Owen. We still have to discuss the possibility of a fourth personality, the one named Owen. Are you suggesting that this fourth personality of Uendo's might be the true culprit? Geez, not that again. I told you we don't know anything about this Owen. Look, Uendo, I know you don't have any motive to kill your master, but this Owen may have one for all we know. Come clean now, Uendo. You've got another personality stashed away, haven't you? Please tell us everything you know about Owen. That's enough. The witness has already stated that he knows not of any Owen character. Bravo! You tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Hey, Patches. If you claim you don't know Owen when you really do, that's tantamount to perjury. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent, however, well, that's a different story. Do not listen to the depraved prosecutor witness. You will be tainted with his evil. Do you have any idea how dark and cold a prison cell is? I exercise my right to remain silent! What's this now? Changing horses in midstream, are you? Shut up! I will remain silent, and that's it! Patches, you fool! You stay out of this! Patches is not the brightest bulb in that box you call a noggin, is he? The fact that he switched from I don't know any Owen to I will remain silent is proof that he does know about Owen. There it is again. Simon's formidable psychological manipulation tactic. I'm sure glad he's on my side today.
Objection!
You dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor! You were leading the witness! Witness! There is no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's questioning.
Objection!
Your Honor, Uendo is definitely hiding something. Please allow me to question this witness about the existence of Owen. I suppose only this witness can confirm or deny the existence of Owen for us. Very well. I will allow the defense to proceed. Witness testimony about Owen. Oh boy. I've never met any personality named Owen. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic. We're always aware, so we definitely noticed if a personality like that showed up. How dare you treat me like a criminal based on mere conjecture? Ah. Wow, how am I supposed to deal with the testimony of three personalities? Unless you can prove the existence of Owen here, it's all over. You'd best screw your courage to the sticking place and attack their testimony head on. All right, I will. Just stop piling the pressure on me. I have to draw out some info. Anything to drag Owen out into the open. Well, about Owen. All right. I've never met any personality named Owen.
Hold it!
Met, huh? Is that how you experience each other? Like people meeting on the street? Well, it's more like all three of us are always here. And the personality that's most suited to that moment is the one that comes out. So when you're out, Uendo, what are the other two doing? Well, we never know when our turn will come, right? So we stand by and listen. So that means all three of you share the same memories? I never really thought about it, but I guess that's right. I see. Thank you. Please continue. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic.
Hold it!
Patches, can I have a word with you, please? Hehe. Why, hello. You Ray? You said at first that you didn't know anybody named Owen. But then you exercised your right to remain silent. Were you afraid of committing perjury? Well, you see? I'll take over from here, if you don't mind. Listen, I hate to say it, but Patches is about as smart as a sack of rocks. If you grill him with a bunch of highfalutin words, he's going to want to keep silent. Patches screams holes. Can they be trusted? We'll see. I see. So looking after loose-tongued Patches is your role, is it, Miss Kisagawa? Well, I don't know about that. But anyway, I do know that Patches was just flustered, and that's why he decided to remain silent. How dare you treat me like a criminal based on mere conjecture?
Hold it!
Since nobody involved in this case is named Owen, we have to explore the possibility that he's a hidden fourth personality of yours. After all, the cards read Owen Fourth. But how can you be so sure that's what the cards really mean? What else could they possibly mean? Well, for example, Owen the fourth hitter. Who in the world is that? He's a baseball player, a really great one too. Owen Gonzalez, 36 years old. He's a cleanup, fourth place hitter, of course. If such a famous baseball player was there, hanging around the theater, He would have drawn a lot of attention to himself, don't you think? Well then, how about this? Maybe it means Owen and fourth, like I-O and 4,000. And who is this mysterious N person? What? And is it a person? It was Shisho's favorite hobby shop, Enjoy. He was a huge model train collector. I see. Maybe he owed the hobby shop some money, so he left a note to remind himself. In Karuta cards on the table, Shisho worked in mysterious ways. Are you even taking this seriously? I'm being completely serious. The point is, Owen Fourth could mean just about anything. I suppose you're right. I guess I better approach this from a different angle. I should have figured that he's not going to just give in like that. There's gotta be some sort of key to unlocking Uendo's fourth personality. Personally, I can't wait to see who will slip up first. But it better not to be you. Well, it won't. And if I can't find any inconsistencies, there's always one thing to do, and that's press. Yep, we're going to press patches. We're always aware, so we'd definitely notice if a personality like that showed up.
Hold it!
But what if, for some reason, you three were unconscious at the time of the incident? If the three of you weren't alert and aware, what would happen? What would happen? I'm not even sure what you mean. I mean, you three share the same memories, right? But what if Owen is different? What if he has memories separate from yours? Maybe Owen emerges when the three of you are unaware or unconscious.
Objection.
Instead of speaking as if this fourth personality is a foregone conclusion, I suggest you prove his existence first. While we've already seen three personalities, a fourth wouldn't be a stretch. You dishonor the victim and this court by jumping to such conclusions without proof. Have you ever heard these old sayings, Prosecutor Sanmari? What happens twice will happen thrice. If you see one, there are likely 30 in your home. I'm basing my theory on such premises. Comparing us to cockroaches, do we bug you that much, girlie? But how do you intend to prove it? How will you prove that all three personalities become unconscious, as you say? Unless you can do that, all this talk is merely empty speculation. Well, Don't be so timid. If you don't have it, then find it. Look for something that could render Uendo and the others unconscious. Simon's right. I can't back down now. For my client, Mr. Wet, I have to. Wait, Mr. Wet. Let me rest. Ha. Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba. And you don't let soba dough rest all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh. Cut the dough first and boil the noodles. Boil the noodles. He's blacked out. Mr. Wet, falling unconscious. Wait a minute. I think I've got it. Ms. Sykes, do you have proof to back up your theory? Yes. Yes, Your Honor, I do. The proof is right here in this crime photo. It is? In that case, please point out what supports your theory. This, most likely, is what caused Uendo to lose unconsciousness. I mean, this most likely is what caused Uendo to lose consciousness. Right here. This bottle right here.
Take that!
This is probably what made Uendo lose consciousness. Ah, yes, the sake. So, check this out, everybody. So, again, due to localization stuff, so at least over in America, you have to be at least 21 years of age to drink alcohol. Over in Japan, last I checked, correct me if I'm wrong, but the legal drinking age over in Japan, at least at the time of this case, I believe you're allowed to be 20 to drink alcohol over in Japan. But you can correct me on that if you want. I was doing my research. Ah, yes. The sake. And isn't it just like Master Tornado to pick up a fine brand like a camel? Sake. Oh, you mean rice wine? Hold it. Oh, please, don't call it rice wine. That's so unsophisticated. And it's not even wine. Humph, silly girl. I must agree. You need to become more cultured, Adina. Tomato, it's made of rice, and people get drunk from drinking it, right? It's called sake. End of story. Fine, sake, it is then. Ay caramba. Everybody's so touchy about these things. I mean, Athena. Be more cultured, like Blackwell said. I recall Master Tornado could often have a drink or two before performing. He said it made him more eloquent. Drinking too much of the stuff can make one lose consciousness, though, of course. Nah, you're good, Agrius. The wikis do really well in explaining, like, a few things about certain cases when, they were localizing it from Japanese to America, and in some other countries, too. But, of course, I was just gonna say, do yourself a favor, but, as in, check out this series, like, play the games first, and then check out the wikis after, because of course you don't ever want to like check a wiki and be bombarded by potential out of context spoilers. It is new experience for you. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, this series is awesome. And look, there were 2 glasses on the table. Uendo, I believe your master offered you some sake. And then you must have drank too much and passed out. That's when your 4th personality, Owen, emerged. I drink sake? Oh, that's a good one. We have a real sweet tooth, you see. So yes, we did accept a sugary red bean bun. But since we really dislike sake, we said no thank you to that. Believe it or not, we're real weak when it comes to booze. Hee hee! Even a tiny drop can knock us right out. So you see, I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. What? But that can't be right. The defense demands that the glasses be examined right away. You amateur! Did you really think I had not already done so? Your foolishness is beyond the pale. Don't tell me. There was no trace of the witness having touched either of the glasses naturally. Right, of course. Ms. Sykes, would you like the witness's statement added to his testimony? Of course. Yes, please, Your Honor. Very well. I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake.
Hold it!
So if you had even a tiny sip of sake, you'd conk right out, huh? That's why you didn't touch the glass that Master Tornado offered, correct? Yes, that's right. Then maybe you ate something that had sake in it as an ingredient? I don't recall doing anything like that. He doesn't recall doing it, but that doesn't necessarily mean he didn't. He just might not have known that he did. I better take another good look at the evidence. So he didn't drink any sake, huh? Oh boy, now we're in trouble. That kind of answer is exactly why Sad Monk keeps insulting you. Now use your head. There are countless ways of Uendo could have gotten sake into his mouth besides drinking it. Well, I don't know about the countless part, but nothing. Give it some thought, and you'll figure something out. So the witness must have had something that contained sake. Is there anything in the court record that hints at something like that? Yes. On the new statement here, I had a sweet manju bean, but I didn't drink any sake. Taifu's note. A note thought to have been written by the victim before his death. Resting. Do not disturb. And look at that, it's a torn label from the sake.
Objection!
This shows what most likely made Uendo lose consciousness. That note? Are you feeling lightheaded, child? Or perhaps a bit peckish? I'm not hungry, and my head feels just fine, thank you very much. Look at the paper this note is written on. Isn't there something familiar about it? What exactly is your point, Defense? This faint design here reminds me of the paper form. This faint design here reminds me of the paper from... Yup, it's a piece of the wrapping paper on the box of manju buns by the victim on the floor. Oh, one moment. Oh, yeah, right there. Yep. Yeah, the camo and the paper right here. There's the manju. Uendo, you may not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bean bun, right? Well, yes, that's right. I don't know if you are aware of it or not, Uendo, but I believe that the manju you ate caused you to fall unconscious. The bean bun? But how? Because those beans contained a secret ingredient. A very punchy secret ingredient at that. A punchy secret ingredient. Yes, the design on the wrapping paper matches that of something else in the room. It does? Yep. The design of this object matches that of the manju box's wrapping paper, the bottle of sake. What matches the manju bun box wrapper? The bottle of sake, yeah.
Take that!
The camel pattern. It's the same as the one for camel brand sake. So, just as Wendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se. Top couple favorites on NES. Legend of Zelda is one of them, the first one. Bionic Commando, Mega Man 3. Uh, yeah, that's just to name a few. Oh, and Double Dragon 2, The Revenge. I think Rygar's pretty cool. Blaster Master, River City Ransom. Just to name a few. Oh, and Contra. Oh, and DuckTales is another good one. I have many favorites. And Super Mario Bros. 3, it's up there too. If I had to choose like a Mario. Oh, and Castlevania. Straight up NES Castlevania. Love me some Castlevania. Oh, and I love me some Shadowgate. I know it's part of the Icon trilogy. Well, if you fit in Deja Vu 2 as well. But like of the trilogy that made it to NES, that's definitely up there. Vice Project Doom is another great one. Yeah. Oh man. Let's see. You recently got the ability to do retro achievements on the Mister. Oh yeah, that's right. That was a thing that they did not too long ago for the NES core. Not a big Cheever yourself, but still a huge welcome feature. Yeah, it's really nice. So, just as Wendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se, but he did eat some. Impossible. Uendo had a Camel brand red bean bun, which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of its ingredients. So the defense is claiming that Uendo passed out after consuming a Camel sweet bun. Patiently waiting on the other cores, they said it's a work in progress, right? So the defense is claiming that Uendo passed out after consuming a Camel sweet bun, which allowed a fourth personality named Owen to emerge. Is that correct? Yes, Your Honor. That's exactly what I'm claiming. But there's one thing that bothers me. What did the alcoholic content of the beans evaporate as they are steamed? in order to give them a strong flavor. Some manju are specifically made to retain as much of their alcoholic content as possible. Humph, what kind of lightweight do you think I am? Even I would have passed out from eating a simple manju. Then how about we test that theory? What do you say, Your Honor? Hmm, seeing is believing, as they say. Very well. I will allow a test. Thanks, Your Honor. Simon, go buy us some camel manju on the double. And don't forget to get me one too, okay? Why must I? And while you're at it, Prosecutor Blackwell, you get one for me as well. I'm not the courthouse stable boy, you know. Taka! But just this once, I'll acquiesce. Taka, I'm counting on you. Yay! His pet hawk. Taka's awesome. And all of you had better pay me back. He's sending Taka to make the delivery. Aw, but I thought it would be your treat, Prosecutor Blackwell. What a shame. Now then, let us adjourn until the Manju arrive by Carrier Hawk. Court will reconvene as soon as Taka returns. Yeah, Simon wasn't gonna go out. He'll send his trained hawk, Taka. That's adorable. Y'all better pay back Simon too. Alright. I wonder if I should keep the... Actually, yeah. I'll keep this costume on. Alright. We're going to the second part of the trial, everybody. Yeah, because right now I'm wearing her waitress costume. And this is basically the last case for Athena. I think I'll have a little fun. We'll keep the costume on, I guess. Alright. It's time for the final trial. Well, of this case. May 13th. District Court. Courtroom number 4. There's Taka. Now that the sweet buns have arrived, this court is back in session. Go on, Uendo. Eat up. Mmm, nice flavor. You can really taste the sake. Munch, gulp. That was delicious. Yes, a unique sweetness and the faint aroma of sake. Yet I hardly think that anyone could pass out from eating something like this. What's the matter, Uendo? You're not afraid of a tiny manju, are you? Oh, are you scared of how many calories it has? Don't be ridiculous. A sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly... I mean, it could never. Less bleating, more eating, witness. Fine, whatever. Chomp chomp, gulp. Uh-oh. See, I told you. It don't affect me in the slightest. We might be a lightweight, but come on. Nobody's that light. Humph. Seriously, nobody gets drunk off of a wine, one little bun. Oh, snap. Yep. Oh, hello. There's his fourth personality. It looks like it worked. Oh my. Witness, please tell the court your name and occupation. Oh, oh, my name is Owen. Oh boy. 28. Was that Chuckman? Did he have too much to drink? Careful, Zolfar. Chuckman is around, lurking and working though. Hello there, Zolfar. Welcome to the second part, the second and final part of Case 4. But not the end of the game, of course. This game is actually quite long. It's the longest one in the series up until this point. At least in the mainline series. Looking forward to trying out the Great Ace games next month. Oh, my name is Owen. I'm 5. Oh no. He's got a 5-year-old personality. He has a personality like, oh my god. You're 5 years old? Am I in trouble? Please don't yell at me. No. So he's Wendo's fourth personality? I hardly think a child like him could have a motive to murder the victim. And even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed the murder? That's a very good point. Owen does appear to be very timid and weak. Oh, it seems the defense was hoping this hidden personality would be the real killer. But now that he is standing here before us, it is clear that none of Uendo's personalities can be the killer. Eek! Where can I even go from here? Shisho, Shisho. Owen, do you know something about what happened to your master? Well, come on, buddy. Won't you tell Auntie Athena what happened? What a scary lady. I'm not scary. Look at Auntie's big smile. Tell me about your master, please. Pretty please, with sugar on top. Okay. Shisho was super nice. He always played with me. Just like just like a real grandpa. I love Shisho. Athena, do you sense anything behind his words? I sense his sadness. Sadness so pure, it's heart-rending, but no discord. Prosecutor Samadi is right. Owen isn't the killer. But then, don't you find it odd? Find what odd? Let's review what we've learned so far. Uendo rearranged the Karuta cards to pin the blame on Bucky. Well, that's because the original message implicated Owen. But Owen is only 5 years old and absolutely adores Master Tornado. Exactly. The other three personalities also have no motive for murder. If Owen isn't the true culprit, then the person who first laid out the cards probably wouldn't have been Master Tornado. So then, who did it? Defense? Did the appearance of Owen help you figure anything out? Yes, Your Honor. I now know who it was that first laid out the Karuta cards. But I thought it was the victim, right? No, Your Honor. I don't believe it was. The one who first arranged the Karuta cards. The one who first arranged the Karuta cards on the table was none other than. Well, obviously, it's not Wet Noodle number three because he's dead. And Uendo, we already ruled that he has a fourth personality. There surely clearly can't be a fifth. So the one who first arranged the Karuta cards on the table is none other than the true killer. I believe the person who laid the cards out is the very person who killed Typhoon Tornado. How quickly you move on to a new target when your Owen theory proves false. You, Pokunin. I don't know what a Pokunin is, but I know I am definitely not one. And before you start with the sermons, why don't you hear me out? Yes, let's hear the defense's reasoning. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. But if you are bluffing, I won't go easy on you. I understand, Your Honor. Now then, please recall the original crime scene. Who did the Karuta cards name when the scene was discovered? Let's see. I believe they implicated the defendant, Bucky Wet. That's right. But we then found out that the message originally read, Owen Fourth. Which implicated the young boy, Owen. Exactly. And the person who rearranged the cards was undoubtedly Unendo. Uendo may have kept silent, but we could be sure he already knew his master was dead. His tampering with the crime scene using the TV all but proves it. I confessed. I tampered with the crime scene. The reason Uendo rearranged the Karuta cards and moved the TV was because he saw the Owen Fourth message and was convinced Owen had committed the crime. Right on, Prosecutor Blackwell. It would seem that Owen and the other three personalities don't share the same memories. But really, there is no fourth personality, it's just the three of us in here. Uendo feared that Owen had killed Master Tornado, so he tried to hide Owen from us. Oh! But it turns out, Owen is but a 5-year-old child, incapable of hurting a fly, let alone his beloved master. So naturally, the culprit must be somebody else. And this somebody else, the true killer, tried to pin the crime on Owen. I see. That does make sense.
Objection.
This is naught but conjecture, composed of half-truths and fantasy. Who, then, do you maintain murdered the victim? I believe Owen might know something about that.
Objection.
It sure did, Chuck. I refuse to allow such impromptu testimony, and from a 5-year-old, no less. Such a young child is capable of producing anything coherent.
Objection!
But your desperation is disgraceful. You should realize. You should realize when it is time to let it go, and I I saw it. I saw Shisho getting Owen. You do know something, don't you? Yeah. Oh my, is this true? If so, we must have Owen testify immediately. Yeah, don't you agree, Prosecutor Sudbody? Yeah. It's all right, Owen. Go ahead and tell us what you know. Oh, we're asking Owen. I saw it. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. Oh. This is eyewitness testimony from the moment of the murder. Owen, can you tell us anything else about what you saw? Oh, I was so scared. Oh, so scared. Owen! His emotions are spiraling out of control. Something must have really frightened him. Is he all right? His emotions are running wild because he's trying to recall something frightening to him. I recommend a therapy session right away. I see, yes. Please do whatever you can to help the poor boy. Will do, Your Honor. I better find the cause of these out-of-control emotions pronto. Oh, it's Moon Matrix time. Analytical psychology. Oh no. His emotions are they're overloaded. Shisha was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. Poor kid. He's absolutely terrified of something. Whatever it is, it might be the root cause of his out-of-control emotions. I better take another careful look at the images. Well, yeah. Right here. It's this part right here. We need to probe the blood. Yes, Chuck, he has... What was it? What was it called again? They mentioned it. Dissociative, personality disorder. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's called. So, like... Yeah. Alright. We're going to probe right here. We're going to probe. Not Shisho. The blood.
Got it!
Well, because again, when they localize this case, they say that he has multiple personalities, but over in Japan, they refer to his personalities as alters. Like the technical term is his alters, as in alter egos. Well, yeah, when they translated it to the localization, he's got multiple personalities. But he's a performer, and Rakugo performers they have alters. They're not called personalities per se. But to us in America, it could be seen as like multiple personalities. Gee, with the way I've been voicing these characters, I'm kind of surprised I don't have that yet. Maybe I was a Rakugo performer in my past life. Not really. I'm just messing. Yeah, blood was dripping down onto Cecil's face. Cecil's face. Blood? I don't remember seeing any blood in the crime scene photos. Besides, if the victim was standing upright, how could blood drip down onto his face? As I expected, all we managed to obtain from this child is a tale he dreamt up. Er, I guess it's a little weird for blood to drip onto the victim's face if he was standing up. Unless it dripped down from the ceiling or something. What do you think, Simon? I don't know. Uh, Owen's one confused and upset kid right now, so who knows how accurate his memory is. Maybe it's time for that thing instead. Huh? What thing? That thing that you and your cohorts do. What do you call it? Rotate your thinking about. Oh, you mean turn your thinking around? Yes, whatever. It's the same thing, either way. No, it isn't. Who's ever heard of rotating your thinking? I mean, rotate is. Hey, wait a minute. What? You know what, Simon? In this case, I think rotate just might work perfectly after all. Come again? All they have to do is rotate things by 90 degrees. When he saw his master, Owen must have been lying on the floor. Owen must have been lying on the floor when he witnessed his master's murder. What? That's the conclusion I arrived at when I rotated my thinking by 90 degrees. Which means that all the visuals in my matrix were off by 90 degrees. And? This means Master Tornado was also lying on the floor, which solves another mystery. And which mystery is that? The mystery of how blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. It becomes much easier to imagine how that could happen if he was lying down. Like someone bleeding onto Master Tornado from somewhere up above him. I remember now. Somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho. Uh-oh. 70%. So trying to recall his master's bloody killer is what spooked Owen originally. The blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. The victim was holding a knife, so he likely nicked his attacker as he was fighting back. This means his assailant was injured on their face somewhere, like the forehead perhaps. Assuming the victim and his attacker were face to face, then yes. I see. So that is what happened. But if I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not? Um, yep, the plot thickens, Icarus. That injury of Mr. Wentz is conclusive evidence that he committed this murder. Why? Yeah, why? It seems you have dug yourself into a pit you cannot crawl out of. No! Even though I figured out the reason for Owen's out-of-control emotions, all I did was raise further suspicion against my own client. What do I do now? What's the matter? You aren't thinking of throwing in the towel, are you? But it looks so bad for Bucky. I mean, he had both motive and opportunity. Plus, he has that injury on his forehead. Your Honor, I sense that the defense is finally ready to let it go and move on. Well, Miss Sykes, I understand that you don't want to give up on your client, but I won't allow you to prolong this trial without a good reason. Well, that lawyer did her best, but all the signs point to the defendant's guilt. Maybe it's time she gave up. She tried everything she could. I really, really don't want to back down, but
Silence.
thank you, Blackwell, for silencing the gallery. The gallery should shut up. Athena, are you having doubts about Bucky's innocence? I wouldn't say that. It's just, do you remember what you said to Bucky earlier this morning? You mean, you believe me, ma'am? Of course, no matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Were those just empty words? Of course not. It's just that all the cards are stacked against us. Are you still stuck on that line of thinking? Ah! Blackwell jump scare. Motive, opportunity, and an injury to his forehead. Is that all it takes to make you stop believing in your client? Tell me again, who are you to Bucky? Uh, uh, I'm his Miss Chickadee lawyer. Then do your duty and believe in him until the very end. Now that's good pep talk. I will. Simon's absolutely right. I'm Bucky's lawyer, and he's depending on me. Defense team, please. No fighting in my courtroom. We're not fighting. He's just giving me a good shakedown to snap out of it. The defense is ready to resume, Your Honor. Prosecutor Blackhill was just giving me a pep talk, that's all. Yeah, a pep talk. Thank you, prosecutor. I didn't do it for your sake. I did it for the future of wet soba. He wants his noodles. This man just wants his wet soba. Yeah, I got it. The defense would like to now continue with Owen's therapy session. Owen, would you be all right with that? Okay. So somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho, bleeding from their head, and smushing something into Shisho's face. That's funny. What is it? I still hear discord in Owen's voice, but I don't sense any inconsistencies between his statements and his emotions. And there don't seem to be any contradictions in his testimony itself either. Ah, so that's it, huh? Did you figure something out? Your ability to sense emotions is making you focus too much on his feelings, Athena. But there's actually something he's being very vague about in his testimony. If you can clarify what he's feeling uncertain about with some evidence, you should be able to move forward from there. Okay, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. I'll just update the mood matrix with the new information, and then we'll be ready to go. So I just need to present some evidence on what Owen is being vague about, huh? Info update. Shisho had blood on his face. Shisho had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. He was on the floor and somebody was smushing something into his face. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. So now, let's see what Owen is feeling uncertain about. It should manifest as something Owen isn't being specific about. What's the matter? Is this too tough for you? No, I'm thinking, so stop distracting me. I think I can guess what Owen is uncertain about. I just don't know which piece of evidence will pull the info I need to the surface. You can't solve this with a rigid thought process. Try kneading your mind as well. Kneading? Kneading my mind? It's not soba though, you know. Looks like you've learned a thing or two about making soba, at least. You think? I've only been hearing about it all day today. Well, even with that tiny bit of knowledge, you ought to be able to find your answer. That's Simon. He's figured something out again, hasn't he? And what does the soba making process have to do with what Owen is unsure about? Well, it's on this statement right here. He was on the floor and somebody was smushing something into his face. Oh. Here goes.
Objection!
Let's put a name to the thing Owen's uncertain of, shall we? By identifying the murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Fortunately for us, I spied a murder weapon right here in this crime scene photo. Unfortunately for you, I spy nothing of the sort. And the police did not spy anything of the sort during their investigation either. Pray tell, where is this murder weapon you see? You don't see it because it no longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. This is what the killer pressed into Master Tornado's face. What did the culprit press into Master Tornado's face? It sure ain't the bowl, 'cause that would totally be hard to suffocate somebody with a bowl. But I wouldn't rule that possibility out. It would be the soba noodles.
Take that!
The mystery person that Owen saw pressed soba into the victim's face. Now here's a reminder, everybody. In the autopsy report, the cause of death is suffocation. The mystery person that Owen saw pressed Soba into the victim's face, thereby suffocating him. I grow weary of your tasteless jokes. How could anyone commit murder with soft, delicate Soba? The noodles would instantly fall apart if they were pressed into someone's face. Yes, I agree. Well, I disagree. There is a way the Soba could have been used to suffocate the victim. What? You will explain your theory at once, Miss Sykes. To kill Master Tornado, the culprit must have smothered him with uncut soba dough. Literal dough. The culprit must have used the soba before it was cut into noodles. In other words, the murder weapon was raw soba dough. What? Order. Order in the courts! Yes, soba dough could definitely be used to suffocate someone, couldn't it? Are you alright, Prosecutor Samadi? I was just letting the soul of the victim know that the accused will finally face justice, thanks to the foolish lawyer before me. Huh? What are you talking about? Allow me to summarize your statements. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. The weapon he used to suffocate the victim. With the weapon he used to suffocate the victim with was the dough, the dressing. He then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the soba dough into noodles. Now, why you RP? Afterwards, the accused put the victim's face into the bowl of soba noodles and broth to wash off the blood that had dripped onto the victim's face from his own. And there you have it, the true sequence of events behind this foul affair. Now, wait just a minute. I never once said that Mr. Wet was the culprit. Who but the accused knows how to cut dough into noodles? Defense. That's a very good point, Prosecutor Sunmadi. I heard that cutting soba dough into uniform noodles requires considerable training. But then, what about the dying message? How do you explain that? The defendant wouldn't have known about Uendo's Owen personality. Perhaps the victim was simply playing with the cards, and they hold no other meaning. Perhaps he spelled out Owen's name in jest, sometime before his murder. That's true. From Owen's testimony, it's clear that Master Tornado cared for the boy. It appears we've arrived at a compelling conclusion. Taken together, for all of these points paint a convincing picture of the defendant's guilt.
Hold it!
Owen, is there anything else you can tell us? It doesn't matter how small of a detail. Anything will do. Oh, you're scaring me. Oh, I'm sorry, Owen. Auntie Athena didn't mean to raise her voice. I have to be gentler with him. I can't forget he's only 5 years old. No need to be scared, okay, sweetie? Just tell us anything you can remember. Well, when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me, bleeding from their head. Owen, you saw the killer's face? Oops, I did it again. So who was it, Owen? Do you remember? Oh, I don't know who it was. I'm picking up some noise. That means there's still something to uncover in Owen's testimony. I don't know what Owen saw, but suffice it to say, we are analyzing the dreams of a child. You wasted enough of our time, Defense. Let it go and move on! Shut up. No! There's still discord in Owen's heart that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I can't give in here. Owen, do you think you can continue your testimony for us? Okay, I'll enter the new info and run an update then. Oh boy, Shishio had blood in his face and a knife in his hand. He was on the floor and somebody was smushing dough into his face. Couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. And when I woke up, the person who killed Shishio was standing over me. Owen saw the real killer's face. This is ultra critical eyewitness testimony. He must have been so scared. Wait a minute. What's that one emotion doing in there? Uh, Happy? We shall pinpoint happiness on here. Despite witnessing the culprit's terrible crime firsthand, Owen experienced a positive feeling, one of relief. The person the witness saw was no stranger, rather, it was the accused. Therefore, it is only natural that he felt some level of relief when he saw a familiar face. Defense. End this madness and sully your soul no more. Owen, who did you see? That nice smell. I love the smell of that perfume. Uh-oh. Remember, for anybody that's still following along, remember that a smell was mentioned from somebody else that took the stand? Do you remember who it was? That nice smell. I love the smell of that perfume. Oh boy. It's the smell of. Oh, it's fine, Chuck. You can do it. Try to remember, Owen. Oh, the smell of. Oh, Owen. Oh no, Owen passed out. It seems Owen is now resting in the infirmary. They certainly have their hands full today down there. Let's continue with the trial. Despite Owen's testimony, it is the opinion of this humble servant of the Holy Mother that the child's words were insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion. But what about the scent of perfume Owen mentioned? I believe it's a clue that will lead us to the true culprit. Hmm, but there are thousands of perfumes in the world. It could even be the scent of the hair product the accused uses. He does have one amazing hairstyle, so that's certainly possible. No, no, dinky looking pompadour. The witness is a 5-year-old boy. He cannot tell the difference between conventional perfumes and hair products. Er, why couldn't you have gone for a crew cut or something, Bucky? What's more, the only person who can cut soba noodles with such precision, I know, is the accused and no other. Oh man, how am I supposed to argue with that? And so, the person Owen saw at the scene of the crime can only be the accused, Bucky Wet. Hold it. Who said hold it? What the? Hold it. Oh no, this guy. Hey, hey, hey! I never use hair products or anything with a smell. If I wore something like that, the smell would get into the soba. Yes, he did mention he did not like the smell of a certain perfume to get anywhere near his soba. That rules him out. He doesn't wear any perfume. Boom! Check it. Oh, he's giving soba. He's giving soba to everyone. Mr. Wet, aren't you supposed to be resting in the infirmary? Whatever. You think I let my soba stink of perfume? Try that chilled soba for yourself and see. I believe we have no choice but to try it. Strictly for examination purposes, of course. Now then, let's dig in, shall we? Everyone's slurping on soba noodles. Mmm, that was delightful. Well, I'm satisfied that there are no traces of hair products or perfumes in Mr. Wet's soba. First, sweet bean buns, and now, savory soba. What a delectable trial this has been. This texture is different from the soba I had the other day. It reminds me of a dish we have in Korean called Bandu Pun. What you think, Miss Chickadee? My soba is pretty good, isn't it? Mmm, it's delicious. Don't you think so, Simon? It still pales in comparison to his late father's cuisine. Simon, why you always gotta be so hard on me? Olive, take the defendant back to the infirmary at once for some rest. Rest? He's still drunk, by the way. Hey, I ain't a lump of plain old weedy udon dough, you know? I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's about the 3 freshes of soba. Grind the seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles for... Good grief. What are the defendants? I agree. He's not my favorite defendant in the series, and to a lot of other people. He's got some quality to it. I mean, he has like a few, like, that's his only nice quality. He takes a lot of pride and respect in his noodles. He wouldn't let his noodles be near perfume. I'll give him that, but don't really like to do that much, but we're defending him. At least Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume smell. Wait, smelly perfume. It looks like you remembered something. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of a certain somebody. Oh, and who might that be? There is only one person that comes to mind. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of this person. And Chuck, what you said earlier? Now,
Take that!
Beirut tornado? Yes, she did smell very nice, didn't she? Just a moment, defense. You would throw suspicion on Gayru now because of a scent? Well, yeah, because Owen smelled the perfume. Your Honor, there is no need to go along with these ever-changing claims of the defense. I suppose their claims have been awfully inconsistent. But Gabriel could have been at the crime scene. Yes, but you'll get to see those balloons of hers if we call her back to the witness stand. Balloons, everybody. How vulgar. It painfully. I'm gonna have to agree with you there. His Honor is not interested in such things. Ahem. Setting the matter of her balloons aside entirely. Clown. I do believe it's appropriate to ask Geru some questions, given the circumstances. This has nothing to do with her balloons, of course. Judge, cease. I see right through you, bro. Thank you, Your Honor. Holkunka. I agree. Well, whatever. Thank you for calling this disciple of the Tornado School of Rakugo back for an encore. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Garu Tornado. 1, 2, blue! What wonderful balloon artistry! Yeah. Your Honor, please. Now then, what would you like to make you this time? Actually, I called you back for more testimony. But I'm all talked out. This case has left me completely deflated. Help. What? You didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon? It seems the person who murdered Master Tornado was wearing perfume. And you were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. Wait, you mean I'm a suspect now? Garu, you know about Owen, right? Well, yes, I often played with him at Shisho's request. So that means you could have left that fake dying message, right? What? Just because I wear perfume and know Owen? You think I'm a murderer? Oh, how could you? The witness is absolutely right. With no evidence but the distorted memories of a small child. It is outrageous of the defense to accuse this woman. That's right. You don't even have any proof. You may step down from the stand, Geiru. The defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime. Wait just 1 minute. I may not have proof, but Owen's testimony is still enough. Please feel free to leave, Geiru. But I'm so close. There must be something I could do. Well, if the prosecutor says it's okay, then I guess I'll be going now.
Silence!
Hoi, Geiru. You're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So what are you doing, leaving halfway through? There's a bandage on Geiru's forehead. Uh-oh. And since we know that Master Tornado's killer has a cut on her face somewhere, impossible. How did you know, Simon? She was bombed and went to Horty jail. Hello, Grotto. Hello, Grotto. Hi. Welcome. Welcome to the case of the clown girl, who people went gaga over from that simple meme, that meme video, which I care not for. But anywho. I didn't. Well, I had to take a chance and see for myself. Otherwise, your theory will remain a groundless accusation. That's fair, Grotto, and that's fine. And I won't judge. Otherwise, your theory will remain a groundless accusation. Your Honor, Prosecutor Samadi, the scent of perfume, an injury on the forehead. These things are completely consistent with Owen's testimony. In short, the mysterious individual Owen saw in the dressing room could have been Geiru. Ms. Sykes, does this mean you are formally indicting this witness for the murder of Typhoon Tornado? Should your accusation prove to be false, hope you are prepared to pay the price in full. Simon, what price is he talking about? Humph. I thought that should be obvious. Prosecutor Sadmonk is saying he'll see to it you never stand in the court of law again. Oh, hell no. I must say, though, he knows how to make a trial interesting. A little bit of respect from Black Will to Mr. Sadmonk over there. Just whose side are you on, Simon? Go on, then. Into the deep end with you. You really have but one choice anyway. Well, Miss Sykes, I'm waiting. With regards to the witness, Geiru Tornado, the defense wishes to indict her. Indict her. There's no reason for me to hold back. Not if I really believe in my client. The defense wishes to formally indict Gabriel Tornado for the murder of Typhoon Tornado. I have tried to be merciful, but now, not even your pleas will reach the Holy Mother's ears. You will have plenty of time to regret your decision. In the pit of hell. Alright. Except, I won't need to. The person who murdered the victim was not Mr. Wet. It was Gabriel Tornado. That bandage is... It's just from a silly slip-up I made while cooking yesterday. That's all. What kind of extreme cooking were you doing to cut yourself on the forehead? Well, what can I say? That's what happened. You also don't have an alibi for the period before 4 p.m., do you, Gabriel? But, I really didn't know anything was wrong until Fisho was found dead. If you don't believe me, then with a twisty twist. And Bloom! There you have it. An adorable little kitty. That balloon kitty is anything but adorable, I'm sorry. It's pretty frightening. How can you suspect a cutesy little balloon artist like me? Gabriel? I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but could it be that you don't have an eye for balloon art? Don't you think I know that? You didn't have to come out and say it. That was mean. I'm the daughter of a great Rakugo artist. I never wanted to do stupid balloon art. Oh. I was supposed to be Rakugo Storyteller too, just like my late daddy. But Shisho told me to do balloon art instead. I guess the victim thought she had no talent as a Rakugo artist either. Harsh. So you're still gonna suspect a poor little thing like me? Please stop trying to skirt the issue. It all comes down to the scent of perfume and the cut on your forehead. You and the culprit in Owen's testimony share these two traits. You're dead set on accusing me, aren't you? Well, here's what I have for naughty little girls like you. With a twisty twist. I'm gonna cut ya, witch! What do you think about this clown girl now, huh? Go ahead. Make me testify all you want. Damn it, Grotto! Damn it, Grotto! No! No! Damn it! You had to say it! No! I will go after... I'll hold my words. I'll hold my words. I'm going to remain calm. I'm going to keep my composure. Because I'm going to cut loose after this case is over. I mean, things are already looking kind of bad for her case. But let's see what she has to say. Right, Chuck! Right. This is gonna be weird. says the furry. What's wrong with you people? I jest. I jest. Damn it, Chuck! Double damn it! She does remind you of the Psycho Lady from, like, the second Phoenix Wright. Oh, yeah! April May with the pink hair. And without the clown makeup. That's a good comparison. Go ahead. Make me testify all you want. When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Oh my god. Go away. Oh my god, that's so frightening. I was looking at the damn balloon dog over there. Jesus. Oh my, is this yet another hidden personality? Yes. Yes, Judge. I can't lie to the judge. Simon, is everybody in the tornado school like this? How should I know? Oh god. So she made us. Damn it, Chuck! Hell up! God, you're so bad. I mean, I'm more bad, but see, I know there's a time and a place. Anyway, what I did for what I did before the murder. All right, here goes. Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Shisho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. I didn't want to disturb him, you know. The perfume Owen smelled must have been left over from when I visited. Oh my god. So Geiru's saying she went into the dressing room, but then left right away. Don't take her at her word. Come on, do you really think I would? I'm just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened. Now then, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Getting ready to battle with this clown. Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act.
Hold it!
A courtesy call after your performance, huh? Come to think of it, Uendo mentioned making the same kind of mistake. Uendo mentioned making the same kind of visit. Yeah, a visit to your master before and after your routine. That's just common courtesy with us Rakugo artists and entertainers. So that means you pay the victim a courtesy call before your performance too, right? What did you see at that time? He was having a drink and getting himself into a festive mood. He liked to say that drinking gave him a silver tongue. So he was already drinking by then. Uendo wasn't there in the dressing room yet at the time. He must have gone in there during my act, because when I went back, I could have a change of heart for Mr. Hat. But no. No, Chuck, no. Picho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm.
Hold it!
Could you describe how they appeared? They were both stretched out on the floor, snoozing away. So sitting the victim up and over the table must have been the culprit's doing. After all, who would stretch out on the floor if they could take a nap? Plus, that matches up with that Owen said in his testimony. But if he was asleep, how can you tell it was Owen? How did you know it wasn't Wendo? I've known the guy for ages. One look at his face, and I know which one I'm dealing with. I see. Wow, Chuck, you dare say that word? In my chat room? TMI? Anywho. The perfume Owen smelled must have been left over from when I visited.
Hold it!
So you admit that the scent Owen smelled when he witnessed the crime was from your perfume? Yeah, sure. Why not? All it proves is I was in the dressing room anyway. Won't do a thing to prove I killed Shisho. That may be true, but Bucky's the one who bumped off Shisho. Yes. Up goes the weasel. So Geiru's insisting that she visited the dressing room before Master Tornado was killed. So it would seem. But if you keep on her, she may slip up under pressure. Sounds like a plan. And we shall, on her third statement. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him, you know.
Hold it!
Where did you find your master's note? I don't know. Can't remember. Did you notice anything else unusual or out of place in the room? Well, there was a sake and a half-eaten manju on the table. But I didn't see anything else out of place or whatever in the room, though. Oh, is that a fact? Of course it is. What do you think? And you didn't change anything around while you were in there? I didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling ya. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room. Your baldness. I request that Geiru's last statement be added to her testimony. Simon, what's a statement like that going to do for us? Just play along, and you'll see soon enough. I have no problem with adding that to the testimony. But how about you, Miss Sykes? I have no problem with it either, Your Honor. What is Simon thinking? I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room.
Hold it!
So I just want to confirm. You didn't see anything at all unusual or out of place anywhere around the victim? I already told you. Nothing. And you didn't touch anything at all in the dressing room? How many times I gotta say it? No, I didn't touch anything. Wait, but then is she saying she didn't see what Uendo immediately saw when he checked the victim's body? Does that mean it wasn't there yet at that time? Oh, hold on. I guess there was something. What is it? The soba making equipment was already there in the room. That means Bucky must have been there in the dressing room before me, doing something. Thanks for the non-help. Well, a new statement has been added, but she's still sticking to her guns. She said she didn't see anything unusual in the dressing room. But that strikes me as a little strange on its own. Really? Why? If Master Tornado really is the one who left that, you'd think Garu would have noticed it. And if Master Tornado wasn't the one who left it, then we must ask who did. You know what I'm getting at, don't you, Athena? I think so. I really appreciate Simon's help, but I gotta come up with the answer myself this time. And we have it, Athena. It was thanks to Simon telling Garu to add this new piece of testimony. And you can present two pieces of evidence here, actually. The crime scene reports and or the Karuta cards. Because they were rearranged. Who rearranged it?
Objection!
Garu? You said that you didn't notice anything odd or unusual near your master. You also said you didn't touch anything in the dressing room. That's right. What about it? Then I wonder who left that dying message with the Karuta cards. What are you going on about? It had to be that Bucky. It had to be that Bucky. Sorry, but that's not possible. Because only 3 people knew of Uendo's personalities. Uendo, your master, and you. Eek! If Bucky had left that Karuta message, he wouldn't have spelled out Owen. He would have spelled out Uendo. What it boils down to is this. As a member of the Tornado School, you, Garu Tornado, are the only one who couldn't left that dying message. And as a person who left that message, it's clear that you are Master Tornado's killer. Will you ever quit your yapping?
Objection.
You are like wretches clinging to the spider thread of salvation. Allow me to cut that holy thread from the heavens and bring you back down to earth. Would you quit butting in whenever things start to go my way? Silence, child. Playtime is over. What did you just say? Austin, feels good. As the witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. But the victim's note was not the only reason she left with such haste. There was another reason that compelled Garu to leave at once. Garu, would you please relate said reason to the court? There is a reason why Garu had to leave the dressing room? Well, I didn't want to show you this, but I guess I got no choice. Keep your eyes peeled, because here it comes. Your hand is all swollen and red. What happened, Garu? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. Oh no. What? She's got a buckwheat soba allergy. Allergic reactions to buckwheat can vary, though they're usually on the severe side. With Typhoon Tornado making soba noodles in his dressing room, Garu is lucky to still be alive, considering all the soba flour that was swirling in the air. Good thing I left pretty quick. I managed to escape with just a mild reaction. But I touched Shishio as he was being carried away. And look what it did to my poor hands. There must have been soba broth in his clothes or something. If I didn't held any of that soba flour, I'd have had a seizure. And it'd been good night Geiru. I never could have stayed in that dressing room for very long.
A person allergic to buckwheat couldn't be in the room with soba flour in the air. And certainly couldn't use soba dough as a murder weapon either.
This isn't good.
Yeah, you knew it would come to this, didn't you? That's why you never mentioned her allergy. As if I would do anything so underhanded. I was simply trying to protect the privacy of this witness.
I'm sick of all these accusations. Why don't I just testify and get it all out in the open, yeah?
Yeah, it confirmed that you could never enter a room without instantly dying. And here it comes, everybody. This is the final testimony right here. Geiru's buckwheat allergy.
If I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room.
Damn it.
I still can't believe it. Nobody told me she had a soba allergy. Did you know, Simon?
Humph. Does it look like I do? Oh. Protect the privacy of the witness, my foot. What a dirty trick. Oh, damn. He didn't like that Nayuta pulled a fast one on us.
Now what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. Put Prosecutor Sadmonk to shame with your cross-examination. Hell yeah. Me and my homies don't like Prosecutor Sadmonk.
Right. No matter how small, I'll find us an opening and break her testimony down.
And we're gonna do it. Well, first of all, we're gonna get this flavor text here before we start pressing statements.
I don't see any particular inconsistencies in her testimony, and she seems to be telling the truth about her buckwheat allergy.
What is your point?
My point is, I can't find a single foothold.
Well, if you can't find one, make one.
You want me to just make up some baseless accusation?
When will you stop behaving like such an amateur? If you don't do something fast, the trial will end here.
I know. I can't let that happen. I have to do something, anything. Either she doesn't have an allergy, or she murdered him somewhere else and moved the body. We shall see, Grotto. If I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction.
That balloon sound.
What?
Hold it!
You're not lying about the soba allergy of yours, right? Of course not! I swear on the grave of my father up in heaven. I can even get you a doctor's certificate if you want. She seems to be telling the truth. I've had this allergy for as long as I can remember, but I never dreamt in a million years it'd clear me of murder.
And you'll come out of this smelling like a delicate buckwheat flour to boot.
Well said, Your Honor. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me.
Hold it!
I'll give you that there was quite a bit of flour scattered about in the dressing room. But you went in to pay your respects to your master regardless, right? Yeah, but like I said, I came right back out. I mean, the soba making tools were right there. You better believe I was careful not to breathe any of it in. But you still could have committed this crime if you'd held your breath while doing it. Don't be ridiculous. I would have suffocated to death before Shishio did. Yeah, I guess you're right. Jeez, get a grip, will ya? Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage.
Hold it!
Maybe there's a twist here. Like you're actually allergic to dogs and not soba? You kidding? Bring my little Jugamu in here. I'll hug and squeeze him like there's no tomorrow. I'm telling ya, I have a genuine, honest-to-goodness soba allergy.
Defense. The witness clearly has an authentic allergy to buckwheat. Any further deliberation on the matter would be meaningless, pointless, worthless.
You heard the man, lawyer girl.
All
Right, fine. I was just starting to think the same thing myself.
doesn't mean I have to like it though.
I probably got this allergic reaction on my hand here because I touched Shisho. There must have been soba broth on his clothes.
Hold it!
I have a question about that actually. If you're allergic to soba, does that mean you're allergic to the noodle broth too? Well, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve into the broth, so duh. Touching soba broth can be just as deadly for me. Don't you know anything? What an amateur. I'm sorry.
Do I look like a doctor to you?
Look. Anything that has soba in it, or anything that has touched soba, it's like poison to me. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room.
Hold it!
So I just want to cover all of my bases, but could the murder have possibly occurred somewhere other than the dressing room?
Objection.
That is out of the question. By even asking, you show your complete disregard for all we have discussed until now. Yes, I have to agree. The defense can't go around suggesting new premises without basis.
Unfortunately for you, Shisho didn't take a single step from his dressing room around the time of the murder. Well, that is unfortunate for everyone.
And that was all the statements. Geiru could not have possibly committed this crime in a room where soba was being made. Finally, the time has come for the last rites of the victim to begin.
What would Mr. Wright do at a time like this? Off gets. There's only one thing to do.
What are you smiling about?
Has the pressure overwhelmed you? No. It's just the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
I see. You have no rebuttal, and so the only thing left
is to smile. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That's where you're wrong. I do have a rebuttal. Turn your thinking around, Athena. Don't try to figure out how Geiru, who is allergic to soba, could commit the crime. Figure out how Geiru could be in that room and not have an allergic reaction instead. Let me rest, huh? Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh, like my soba, and you don't let soba dough fresh. It's all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles for. He's blacked out. It appears it appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting. Do not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisha was napping? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. Mon Dieu! What if that certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what we think it means? If that's the case, I might be able to prove that Geiru could have committed this crime. No matter how hard you search your mind, you cannot overturn facts. Well, Miss Sykes, if you have no further objects, if you have no further objections, I'll hand down my ruling. True. I can't overturn facts, but what if we got our facts about a piece of evidence wrong? Yup, got our facts wrong. What are you talking about now? And which piece of evidence do you mean, Miss Sykes? Please point it out to this court. This evidence proves that Geiru could have killed her master, even with her soba allergy. Taifu's note. A note thought to have been written by the victim before his death.
Take that!
It's Master Tornado's note. The note? Preposterous. What possible connection could there be between the victim's allergy and that note? The answer lies in the true meaning of this note. Its true meaning? This note does not mean I am resting, do not disturb, as we had assumed. But rather, it actually means this dough is resting. Do not disturb it. Wait a minute, Athena. That doesn't make any sense. You're right. It doesn't. After all, as Bucky told us many a time, you don't let soba dough rest. What's all this jibber jabber got to do with anything? This is it. The home stretch. This note and Mr. Wet's words have led me to the conclusion that Master Tornado was making udon noodles instead, not soba noodles. The victim, Taifu Tornado, was not making buckwheat noodles. He was making ordinary udon noodles instead. Pokunka. That layer of flour in the dressing room wasn't soba flour, but plain old wheat flour for udon. So actually, it was totally possible for Geiru to be in that room and kill her master. Nyah. What? But if that's true, it changes everything. Your Honor, the defense requests that the flower in the room be tested immediately.
Objection.
But soba noodles were found in the bowl, and Geiru did have a reaction on her hand. How do you explain those things? Well, even were it udon flour instead of soba, you still cannot prove Geiru committed the crime. But don't lose your nerve now. Keep charging forward, or you'll feel my blade at your back. Enough with the threats already. I got it. Talk about pressure. All right, Athena, take a deep breath and go over everything again. Yeah. I'm going to revisualize the case from start to finish. I have to find conclusive evidence that Geiru committed this murder. What was Master Tornado making in his dressing room? Udon, of course, as we just found out. Master Tornado was making udon. By my logic, Master Tornado must have been making udon noodles in his dressing room. But something at the crime scene indicates otherwise. What was found in the bowl on the table? In soba. Soba was found in the bowl. There was soba in the bowl. Even though the master wasn't making soba, soba noodles was found at the scene. So that means the noodles had to have come from somewhere. Wait a minute. One mysterious serving of soba noodles? That sounds familiar. Where did the soba in the bowl on the table come from? The master's soba stock. The soba was made from the master's soba stock. The soba noodles found at the scene were from the master's stock of uncooked noodles. But then why would the culprit go out of her way to cook that soba and put it in the bowl? Why did the culprit cook the soba noodles and put them in the bowl? To hide the udon dough. The culprit wanted to hide the udon dough. Soba was found at the scene. So that means the culprit must have taken the udon with her to hide it. But why did the culprit take the udon away and hide it? It must have been because she killed him with the udon dough. Death by dough. The murder weapon was udon dough. Messed up. That's it. The udon dough was the real weapon used to kill Typhoon Tornado. And the reason why no weapon was found in because Geiru got rid of the dough somehow. The real murder weapon was the udon dough the victim made. If we can find this dough, that'll prove my theory correct. And undeniably prove Geiru's guilt.
Objection.
Even if we could find this doe, what makes you think that it would prove she is the one? Please recall Owen's eyewitness testimony, Prosecutor Senmati. If the injury on Garu's forehead was caused by the victim's knife, then Garu's blood must have dripped down onto the doe used as a murder weapon. That would make the doe pretty conclusive evidence. Wouldn't you agree? Ah, but where is this conclusive evidence? Let us hear your theory on where this murder weapon is. Well, it's... If I can't find the answer in the evidence I have on hand, we'll lose his trial. So how did Garu get rid of the udon dough? Think, Athena. What do I have that points to suspicious behavior on Garu's part? Now then, Miss Sykes, let's hear your answer. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Nice bargain you did there. I assume you have the bite to back it up. Stop distracting me, especially not right now. This piece of evidence can point us to the location of the hidden murder weapon. Simon's statement. Simon's eyewitness account of the time of the incident. Master Tornado was confirmed alive at 4 p.m. Bucky Went entered the room at 4:10 p.m. and left at 4:20 p.m. Uendo discovered the victim's body upon entering the room after Bucky left. Before Bucky came to the theater, Garu was outside feeding her dog a number of dumplings. The dog buried his leftovers in the yard. Boom.
Take that!
Garu! Huh? What is it? I'm just an innocent girl. I don't know anything about a murder. Stuff that cute act in your balloon hat. Stuff that cute act in your balloon hat. God. Clown blood dumplings. Ew, they are. Gabriel got rid of the dough she used to kill Master Tornado in a bold and daring way. She did it right in front of Prosecutor Blackwell's nose by feeding it to her dog. No! I... Of course. Now it all makes sense. I was puzzled as to why Garu, who should know her own dog's eating habits, would feed Jugemu more than he could possibly finish. Your Honor, please order an investigation of the yard right now. And what should the police at the theater be looking for exactly? Jugemu must have buried his leftover dumplings somewhere around his doghouse. Dumplings that Garu made out of the udon dough with her blood in it. This is preposterous. I want to thank you, Simon. If he hadn't kept me going, I might have given up along the way. What are you blathering on about? You still have to work. You still have work to do. Now, by your head, finish this wretched case off, Athena. You got it. Garu, do you remember what you said? What happened when the truth is finally revealed? When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Well, now the truth is out. And it looks to me like it's your balloon that goes pop. Get wrecked. Oh, oh, KO. I, a Rakugo artist. I was the one who was supposed to inherit that name. But then, Tisho? Oh. Why are my balloons bursting? Daddy, are you mad at me? I've been a bad girl. I, I, I. Oh. Oh. Are you ready to tell us everything now, Geiru? Why you did it? The whole reason I entered the world of Rakugo in the first place was to follow in my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit his stage name. His stage name? Her balloons. His stage name? You don't mean Uendo Tornado. I knew I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought that if I did the stupid balloon thing like Shisha wanted, I'd inherit the name someday. But Master Tornado gave the name to his junior disciple. Pretty first cycle. Yeah, that's why I took my revenge on Shisho during the show celebrating the name succession. So that was your entire motive? I doubt anybody else could understand, but inheriting my father's name was everything to me. It was my whole reason for living. Of all the days you could have taken your revenge, why did you choose the day of the show? Because I wanted to pay Urendo back for stealing what was rightfully mine. I wanted to pin the blame on him at the show where all the Tornado fans were gathered. But then Uendo tried to shift the blame onto Bucky Wet. All punishment, Geiru will move into my house. Damn it, Grotto. And now we know the whole story. But then Unendo tried to shift the blame onto Bucky Wet. And now we know the whole story. There's just one more thing I want to know. Did you know Master Tornado was making udon in his dressing room yesterday? No, I didn't. When I saw the soba making tools, I was worried about my allergy. But it was my only chance to get my revenge on the two of them, so I went ahead and did it. So it was a premeditated crime, but in the end, you only went through with it on impulse. Then the allergic reaction on your hand. Is it from touching the soba in the refrigerator with your bare hands? When you were tampering with the crime scene after your master's death? Yeah. By that time, I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy. Geru, how did you do all this, you idiot? Geru, I get your desire to inherit your father's name. But what you really should have inherited from him wasn't his name, but his heart. His heart? Do you have anything to add, Prosecutor Sudmati? Any objections? No, Your Honor. Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, that's the first time he's used my name. I shall. Be sure to remember your name. Really? It seems he finally recognizes you as a proper adversary. Cool. Thanks. That's all I ask, Prosecutor Samadi. It looks like there are no further objections. Bailiff, please bring in the defendant. Yeah, he's trying. He's sort of, you know. Ah, good. It seems you have made a full recovery. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Bucky Wet, not guilty. Confetti. Yay. We got the drunk scot-free. This court is adjourned. Uh, May 13th, 11:55 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 6. Congratulations, Bucky. I'm so glad you were found innocent. Thanks for everything, Ms. Chickadee. I want the judge at the end of these to just go LOL guilty. Yesterday? Thanks for everything, Ms. Chickadee. But it still sucks that you were accused of a crime you didn't commit. But have did Wendell have it out for you or something? I don't think so. Unendo said it was a spur of the moment idea he got when he saw the Soba themed cards. Simon, where have you been? I stopped in at Uendo's questioning. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on a whim. No way! I almost got convicted out of convenience? Well, at least you've been completely cleared of all charges, so buck up, Bucky. On a more important note, what I really want to know is, why didn't Master Tornado let Gayru inherit her father's name? What do you mean? On a more important note, Ms. Chickadee? Aw, don't be such a wet blanket. Just go with the flow. Now, come on. You think the master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business? No, that's not it. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Gayru to find her own calling in life. To perform whatever she wanted without being bound by her father's name, or Rakugo. Making udon was his way of showing his support for her in her new endeavor. So that's why he called you to the theater, huh? To teach him how to make udon? A more roundabout way I've never seen. But that's Master Tornado for you. So this entire incident happened because of a misunderstanding? How sad. By the way, Gayru wasn't the only person Master Tornado was trying to cheer on. Even though the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions. What, you talking about me? Come on, no way. All that old man ever did was criticize my soba. That's not true, Bucky. There must be a way to make Bucky see just how much Master Tornado cared about him. The wet soba deed found the victim's possession is the deed for the soba shop. The deed holder is Bucky Wet. It does a little, I guess.
Take that!
Take a good look, Bucky. Whose name is on whose name is on there as the holder of this title deed? It's still in my name. Master Tornado was just up to one of his tricks when he said he stole the shop from you. He was trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner in your father's steed. He probably used some tough love on you so that the shop wouldn't just go belly up. Aw, his hair's dripping like noodles. His headband kind of like a bowl. Uh, I see. I never knew. Oh, Master Tornado, I'm so sorry. Keep working hard, Bucky, and pay him back by living up to his expectations. Thanks, Saibi. And you too, Ms. Chickadee. One day my soba's gonna be so good, it'll knock that old man's socks clean off. After all, I'm the 4th generation owner of Wet Soba. Wet Noodle number 4. Well, I'd better be getting back to my shop. I gotta get ready for the lunch rush. Hold on. Could I place an order for delivery, Bucky? Yes, Miss Chickadee. Could you deliver a bowl of udon to Geiru on behalf of her master? You got it. I'll make sure it's got all the TLC Master Tornado would have packed in it too. Thank you. Well, see you. Be sure to drop by the shop sometime. I will. And I'll bring the whole agency with me. Do us all proud, Bucky. I'll have the best soba in town waiting for you when you come. Peace out. Ah, it's nice to see somebody giving it their all, isn't it? I wonder if I leveled up any thanks to this case. I think you did. Don't hit yourself. The trial would have been a spectacle to have had I not been by your side. You don't know that. For a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you're too full of weak points. You need to learn to analyze yourself more objectively. Or you just teach me your famous mind tricks, Simon. No. Way to shut someone down, and why not? Because the more pesky lawyers there are, the harder my job becomes. So it's in my best interest for you to remain green forever. Hey! What about what's in my best interest, huh? Besides, weren't you the one who had the wool pulled over your eyes by Wendo? Must you remind me? How could I have known Wendo would do time soba? Hey, speaking of time soba, I just thought of something funny. Oh goody, I can't wait. Okay, here it is. In time soba, why didn't non number 9 get counted? Why did it mon? Come on, do you know, Simon? How should I know? Because 7, 8, 9. Thank you, thank you. I'll be here all week. Rottleful. Raffle. That I should have known. Come on, let's go get soba or something and go home. Your treat? I'll treat you to 50% of the tab. And don't forget, you still owe me for that manju. That's right. He was requested to get manju, and he is expected to get paid back. Right, Athena? Really, Simon? It wouldn't hurt you. It wouldn't hurt for you to pay for me every once in a while, you know. Quit squawking and start walking, Athena. Hey, wait for me. And sadly, everybody, that's the last we see of Simon Blackwell. I may still have a ways to go as a lawyer, but just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon before me, I'm gonna get there someday. After all, I've inherited their passion for our courts and the law. Je pour la fin. I can do this. The hell? That's totally French. I can. La faire. I can do it. Okay, that's I can do it in French. I can do this. Je pour la fin. I can do this. Oh, yeah. Yay. Now we get to save the game. Awesome. Oh, and here, before I shut this down, I'll do you all a little solid. Don't say I didn't, you know, don't say I didn't do anything for you all. Real quick, before I go to my trivia segment. Signature pose. We saw two blind guys fighting. You should see their faces when you shout it. I got money on the one with the knife. Okay. Not the scary dog. Not the scary cat. Hello there. Good job. I just got done completing case 4 of Spirit of Justice. And I'm showing off the clown girl one last time. Hang on. That's all you're getting. Anyway. Anyway. So. I don't want to see her breakdown again. I mean, you know, it's just meh. All right, I'm gonna switch the costume back. Now put the school days back. I haven't done the school days outfit yet, but this is a nice outfit for Apollo. This is what I'll be rocking with Apollo for tomorrow. I put Phoenix back in his default suit. That's a nice outfit. Very standard. Alright. Alright, so. It's trivia time. Alright, so. Name trivia time. I thought I got rid of that. Hang on. I don't need that trivia no more, I think. No, I need that trivia. So Bucky Wet, his French name is also Caesar Azin. His English and French names come from buckwheat, sarrasin in French, a major ingredient of soba. In the English version, the name embroidered on his right label is Uito, a transcription of the name Wet. The kanji, read as Jogo, means someone who drinks heavily. His title, Wet Noodle Number 4, it sounds similar to Wet Noodle, the noodle stand from Yanni Yogi, feigned running and Turnabout Goodbye. Oh, that's a good one. Jugemu Ace Attorney. Was that the name of the dog? Jugemu. So, Jugemu, his name likely comes from the Rakugo story of the same name. He's named after a Rakugo story called Jugemu. Jugemu is a famous Rakugo story, a form of Japanese spoken entertainment. It has a simple story with the most humorous part being the repetition of a ridiculously long name. It is often used in training for Rakugo entertainers. Oh, that's adorable. The dog was named after that because everybody at the theater, they were all in training. That's cute. Jugemu, meaning limitless life. All right. Oh wow, there's a lot to the history of Jugemu, which I'm not going to get into. Let's see. Bucky Wet's Japanese name, Susuru Uchitate. His Japanese given name, Susaru, is a verb meaning to slurp, and his surname, Uchitate, means freshly kneaded. Both of these refer to noodles, the sound made while eating them, and the fact that one needs dough to make noodles, and his job as a soba shop worker. The answer is balloons. His Chinese name, Xinjian Jianzuo. His Chinese name, Xinjian Jianzuo, is a pun on freshly made noodles. Xinjian Jinjiu. So in the localized version of Spirit of Justice, Bucky Wet would be underage, and his drinking would thus have been illegal, as the legal drinking age in the United States is 21. In Japan, the legal drinking age is 20. If that still stands, please let me know, because I did research that. If the legal age is still 20 in Japan. So Typhoon Tornado. His given name and last name are a play on typhoon and tornado, respectively. Rakufu Senpute. His Japanese given name, Bakufu, comes from Bakufu, which means blast, like one from an explosion. His Japanese surname, Senpute, comes from Senpu, which means hurricane, and Tei. It is often part of a Rakugo performer's title. And being 70 in his debut episode, Typhoon Tornado is the oldest victim in the series. That's wow. Geiru Tornado. So Geiru, her English given name, is a romanization of the word Geiru, which is gale, written in Japanese katakana. So she's basically Gale Tornado. Her English surname, Tornado. Like her first name, it's a romanization of Tornado. Tornado. In Japanese katakana. Gale Tornado. So her Japanese name, Puko Senpute. Her Japanese given name, Puko, comes from Fu, Pu, which is the onyomi of the character meaning wind. Her French name, Uraga Tornado, Tornado. Uraga is a play on Orengen, which means hurricane in French. Her French surname, Tornado, is a play on tornade, which means tornado. So hurricane, tornado. So in German, Brise Tornado. Brise is a play on breeze. Unendo Tornado catches Kisegawa and Owen. Unendo and Tornado come from wind and tornado, respectively. Unendo's name is written in Japanese as Tornado Uendo on his fan autograph for Athena. Patches is a reference to the archetype jester, the jester's hat. And Owen Forth is an anagram of wet NO4. Owen could derive from the famous 1939 detective fiction novel, And Then There Were None, written by Agatha Christie. In the book, there are two mostly absent characters whose names are shortened to UN Owen, which can be read as a pun for unknown. Ah. Bifu, Baifu Senpute, Ipachi, Kisegawa, and Sadakichi Isoda. Baifu, which means beautiful wind, and it's homonymous with the word Baifu, meaning breeze, fitting with his and Geiru Tornado's wind-themed names. Senpute comes from Senpu, meaning hurricane, like Tatsumaki Senpu, and Tei, which is often part of the Rakugo performer's title. Ipachi and Sadakichi are characters that appear in many Rakugo stories, while Kisegawa comes from Ometate. DID comparisons to real life and other media. So within the game, the alters are improperly called personalities, although it is recognized today like there are multiple distinct identities, not simply one person acting as different personalities. So rapid switching and co-consciousness are not typical, but these characteristics tend to be commonly represented in depiction of systems in fiction. A violent alter responsible for the victim's overall criminality is also a common trope. This is subverted in Owen's case, as it turns out that he is not the killer and would not even have been mentally capable of murder. Yeah, I'm only 5 years old and I can't kill anybody. I won't kill anybody. Yeah. So yeah, that was fun little trivia. I conjecture. Conjecture. Yeah. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me, everybody. I'm going to find somebody to read on out to. Okay, I have many people to go on out to tonight. Let's see, someone's playing Vampire Crawlers. Somebody is gasp playing games that they enjoy. Wow, who would have thought that? Um, Someone's doing art. That's some nice looking art. Um, Someone's playing the PC version of Dusk, Twilight Princess. Someone's recapping their FWA trip. Someone's playing something called Moral Dilemma, the interview. Someone's doing a Wind Waker randomizer. Uh-huh. Yes. So many people to go on out to. Whom shall I go on out to? Let's see. Are they still streaming? Ah. Oh, that was nice of her. If I ever felt like knocking, but anyway. Um, yeah, you're welcome, Icrius. Now tomorrow, let me all know. I'm gonna let you all know what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. We're coming back to this game. We're definitely coming back to Spirit of Justice. Now listen carefully, but I'll still say from time to time. Tomorrow is case 5, which is the final case in the series. However, it's going to be a long case. Case 5, I am making the executive decision, a very good one for my sake and for my voice. I'll be splitting up case 5 in 3 parts. There is a lot because it's going to be taking place. So part of the case is going to take place. It's going to be like a little. It's going to take place back in Japanifornia, and then we're going to go to Korean one last time. Then, after I get through case 5, I'll be doing the DLC case as well. That's right, the DLC case, which I'm probably going to do in 2 days. So I'm going to be doing more Ace Attorney, of this game. I love this series, and I cannot wait next month. I cannot wait to do the 2 games. Well, I'm going to be doing one of them. I've never played the Great Ace Attorney series ever. Reminder, there's only 3 games in the main line series I've never played. I've never played the 2 Great Ace games, and I have not played the second Miles Edgeworth game. That's the one I'm most excited about. Also, I'm leaving the Miles Edgeworth games for last, because again, I'm saving the best for last. I did say, hey, I'm an Edgeworth fan. So tomorrow, everybody, tomorrow's going to be one day of investigation and one day of trial. And then that'll be like one story arc done. It's kind of cool. Like, I'm surprised they didn't separate it into trials. Because, yeah, I kid you not, Case 5 is big. So, here's most likely this is what's going to happen. Again, tomorrow I'm doing half of Case 5. Saturday, I will not be streaming. I'm going to be chilling with Catman, watching The Critic. We might finish off The Critic.
and hopefully C3 Cthulhu that there will be on that day as well. So if he does go on Saturday, that means I am in the clear to stream on Sunday. Because yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, Case 5 is going to be a span of 3 days, everyone. I haven't done this since the first game actually. Because if y'all remember, I separated Case 5 into 3 days as well. And because yeah, it's a long case too, but it's a good one. Yeah, you take care, Icarus. All right, everybody. I know where I'm going to send you all off to. I'm going to send you off to somebody nice. Everybody, I'm going to send you off to Chade. Chade is currently playing Battletoads, another of it's one of many favorites from Chade, and Chade plays it really well. All right, everybody, before I head on out, I have people to thank. Yeah, we're not going to go out empty-handed because I got people to thank. All right, everybody, before I head on out, I would like to thank the following individuals in order of appearance. I'd like to thank Akasm and Bimmy Lee, who only stopped by for a tiny bit. Akasm hasn't played the series, but just wanted to joke about the clown girl. Thank you, Chuckman, Pun, Karate Boomer, Toko Mage. Thank you very much for the raid, Icrius, Zofar, Grotto, and hold on, Kajor. I see your name. I saw your name. Let me scroll up a little bit. Did I see Skajor here? Yeah, I did. Yeah, Skajor, the Huskari. Thank you very much. And yeah, to anybody out there that was lurking, thank you kindly for the lurk. I appreciate it. And with that, let me hang on. Let me let this ad play real quick. And then we're gonna write on out one last time to well, it might not be the last time. This is a good track. Hey, come on. I got hit with another ad on YouTube. Hang on. There we go. Thank you all for watching. Remember to go in peace, and I will see you all in court tomorrow for the first half of Case 5. And you're not going to want to miss it. And the rest of the game, too. Yeah, Chuck, you go and pop those clown balloons. Dead. No, y'all made chat fun today. You all got me to react. For better or worse. I'm gonna miss Blackwell. I want him to come back. If they ever make a new Ace Attorney. But it's whatever. I just want a new Ace Attorney. Period.